7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
PokerStars announces the World Championship of Online Poker.
$2.1 million.
More than 10,000 players.
33 events this year.
And for the first time, $1 million score. WCOOP 2009. What a
Over
year.
$2.2 million for first. That's
The
insane.
taxi driver who satellited in takes home $1 million. Crown-up guy is the world
This kid is
champion.
1-to-1.
Sean Deeb consistently crushing WCOOP.
What a lineup.
Adrenaline 7105 titles in one series. And it's PT Fisherman who reels in the main event trophy.
2021, the year of Talal.
WCOOP is still the title every online player wants to win.
This is where world champions are made.
Welcome to the PokerStars Arena and the 2022 World Championship of Online Poker. Tonight, it's a case of more hold cards is better as we focus on the PLO8. That's right, it is the World Championship of Pot Limit Omaha, 8 or better, a 1K buy-in, 186 entries, 7 players remaining, competing for a first prize of 37K, and of course, Poker Glory. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Joe, in your time, I think it's fair to say you have covered more Omaha than I have. Has it ever been the high-low variety, though?
I think it was just, I don't remember.
That doesn't surprise me. Let's get to the action, shall we? The final table is underway, and these are the 7 players competing for the trophy, the title, and that first prize tonight of 37K. Couple of players I wanted to highlight, Joe. In fact, 3. We've got the chip leader, I Am Ivar, playing from Sweden. And the other 2 are in the pot right now. That is Thiago Crema from Brazil and Gleb Tremzin, who plays as TO373. Gleb now plays from Mexico. He's an EPT runner-up, came second to Hussein Ensan in Prague in 2015. And he's a player with 4 WCOOP titles. Thiago Crema has 2 WCOOPs.
And just for the elimination of confusing, TI is not Tiago. Cremate is Crema.
Correct.
Gleb.
TO373 is indeed Gleb Tremzin. So, my limited skills at this game tell me there is no low right now, and we see the pot won by Gleb Tremzin. Suffice to say, Joe and I are not going to try and blag it. We are going to bring in the big guns. We are going to bring in someone with expertise at this game. He is the leader of the mixed games movement. He is a scoop champion. And most recently, he took down the horse event at EPT Barcelona. Mason Pye, welcome to the PokerStars Arena.
Wow.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Now, Mason, I appreciate we're going to have people watching who are fans of PLO who will expect top-level analysis, but to quote Mr. Spock, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I imagine the vast majority of the audience are as confused as I am right now, so I think you're going to have to do a fair bit of explaining this evening. The first thing is, let's just specify. We know in PLO, it's 2 in the hole, 3 on the board to make a hand.
Yeah.
Explain the high-low element. Explain the 8 or better part of the game.
Yeah, so as you said, you must use 2 from your hand, 3 from the board at all times. That's just a Omaha rule in general. But in this high-low split, you can use 2 different cards for the high and 2 different cards for the low. And in order to make a low, you need to have 5 unpaired cards, 8 or lower, including 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. So say, for instance, the board is King, Queen, Jack. There can't be a low. There must be 3 cards, 8 or lower on the board, and 2 in your hand. They need to be unpaired. That's the key.
So no pairs, but ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5, the wheel is a low hand even though it's a straight.
It is. It's an absolute powerhouse of a hand because not only do you have the 5 lowest cards, 5, 4, 3, deuce, ace, you also have the wheel. And that kind of hand is going to be doing a lot of scooping, which is exactly what you want in this game. You don't want to be winning one half the pot. You want to be winning both. So there are some very, very good hands that are going to be definitely scooping both halves. So you really want to be looking for ace-deuce hands. You want to be looking for maybe ace-deuce 3-king. That way you can win highs and lows. You really want to stay away from high-only hands, as a lot of the time they're going to get you in a lot of trouble, and you can only win one half of the pot. The aim of the game is to win both. So really want to be looking for ace-deuce X kind of hands. That's going to be the key two-card holding here.
Yeah,
Low,
I mean,
going only for low can be dangerous too, because you're more likely to get quartered and splitting
Absolutely.
the low in that case, right?
Exactly, yeah. So say, for instance, both players have ace-deuce, and, the board runs out low where both players have the nut low. The high pot, which is always going to happen in any hand of 08, will go to the best high hand, and you can get quartered, and you do not want to be going to three-quartersville. It is a bad place to go.
And we did say last night, Mason, that, look, we expect to see a few split pots, but don't expect a lot of this. It doesn't count if it's a split.
We had a discussion about this yesterday on the replay stream. People were saying, well, surely you got to be singing the song every time there's a chop pot. There's a difference because this is split,
Absolutely.
not chopped. But
Correct.
I mean, if some people have the same high hand, then I don't mind a sing song.
I don't know. I feel like even the high hand chop pot is like, with the 4 cards out there, you do have more chops also.
Well, when you did the PLO coverage last year, and I'm sure you have, were there any chop pot songs, or did you say, no, this is just strictly for Hold'em?
I genuinely don't remember.
I think we allow chop pots in Omaha, but high-low, no. If it's a split pot, you're not getting the song. Them's the breaks. So I want to talk about chip distribution here quickly, Mason.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got IMIVAR coming in with 13.5 million. Shortest stack is DiffSam with 1.7 million. There's actually quite a few players kind of between the 1-4 million mark. But with it being pot limit, I'm guessing that then it's not the same dynamic. It's not the same at immediate risk that you'd get in Hold'em.
Exactly. The pot limit element means you can only raise and bet the size of the pot.
These are 2 big hands in the blinds, by the way, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Huge hands, blind versus blind. And DiffSam with a good chance to scoop it all, and does. Huge hands there. Yeah, I was just going to say before you came in there, James, that those 2 hands in the blinds were textbook 08 hands.
Right.
They were double suited. You had the low and high potential. Not surprised to see those 2 hands get involved there, and it's a nice little double up for DiffSam early on. But yes, the pot limit nature allows you to play more pots. It's hard to get pushed off of a lot of pots as opposed to no limit 08, which is a crazy game where you just see a lot of like 50 big blind jams, 100 big blind jams. It's a wild game. And Tio here picking up a real nice hand here. Not only do we have aces, we have a suit to the ace, and we have some low potential as well.
Yeah, suited aces and wheel cards as well. And it is IMIVAR who's getting aggressive here.
Yeah, it's a real tough one as well. The 2 big stacks battling. A lot of short stacks remain on this final table, but when you've got aces here with a 4 deuce, you just want to be shoveling as many chips in as possible as well, because you're going to be out of position as well. If you just flat, it can be a little bit awkward against a big stack that covers. So it's just actually really nice to pick that up there.
So that was going to be my next question, Mason. You referenced the fact that we have covered PLO in the past. And yeah, we've covered the PLO main event in WCOOP, in SCOOP, and a few other PLO events as well. And I think what I found most surprising is PLO has this reputation as being this action game, this post-flop game. And yet, because of the tournament nature and the fact that we're joining it at the final table, it kind of felt like an ICM nit fest. And we didn't get the drama. We didn't get the action that I think we expected. It was a bit of a grind. Does the high-low element change that?
Yeah, it changes it quite a lot. I mean, I've covered the replays of the 10K PLO main event, and I completely agree with you. Very nitty on the final table. A lot of players are in an ICM cage, but the mechanics of this game means that players can go for high and low. So what tends to happen a lot of the time in these big pots is that both players have, what is a very strong low with a lot of equity for the high. So you do see a lot of monstrous pots. Obviously, yes, there are some ICM implications, as in every game, but you are going to see a lot more big pots in this game just because of the high-low nature. But a lot of them will be split, for sure.
Yeah, okay, so nut flush there for Paga. and no low possible based on that board. Let's talk about some of the players who made this final table. First of all, let's do our quick international tour of the table. I Am Ivar, the chip leader, is playing from Sweden. We've got 2 Brazilians at this final table. Brazil crushing this series as they do every major online series on Stars. K Cremate, that is Thiago Crema. He's Brazilian, as is Paga, who is actually Bellarmino de Souza. Gleb Tremzin playing from Mexico. Diffsam playing from Bulgaria. Monopol is German. And Master Mandel is playing from Austria.
Yeah. I was going to say, Cremate should definitely be getting involved with their hand on the button. Unfortunately, they did time out. And what's really, really nice to see as well, being in the arena, is the equities. So a lot of time, I still do this right now. When we go all in, both players are going to have very similar hands. So instead of like reading the hands on the board, I just look at the percentages. Do they go up? Do they go down? Obviously, if they go up, we're doing all right. If they go down, we're not doing so well. So for those of you looking at this thinking, God, what do they have? Just a pair of 6s and this guy has ace high. Just look at the percentages. It is much easier to follow.
Trust the percentages. Gleb Tremzin is a 100% lock to win this hand.
And attempts to bluff there. I mean, yeah, going to fold 3s for sure.
I have Ivar with a nice hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really, really nice hand here.
To 280. So blinds will go up every 30 minutes at this final table. We've still got 15 minutes to run at 71.40 before we go to 81.60.
Yeah, Cremate here, double suited kings. A lot of people coming into this game for the first time coming from like a PLO background. So people who want to get into like mixed games, obviously start off with Hold'em, and then they come into Omaha as just like the natural gateway. And then when they wanted to get into like split pot games, they normally play PLO8 because that's just the natural transition to play Omaha and then into Omaha high-low. And, they may look at this hand and think, wow, we've got kings double suited. Let's, just go crazy here and get all the chips in. But you've got to be very, very careful. There are a lot of boards where you are not happy. It's impossible for you to make a low. You need 2 cards 8 or lower unpaired to make a low. So you've got to tread really, really carefully with these high-only hands. So don't get too carried away if you're playing 08 for the first time.
And this is a great example of where you could get into trouble here. 2 clubs on board and you are drawing to the second nuts.
Exactly. Not even got
your kings
the
are no
nut
good
flush.
either.
Exactly. Oh! I mean, you say that, Joe. And Cremate just turned
From
the full
10% to 95%. Amazing.
That's incredible.
It's crazy, right? And the thing is, right, this is actually a very, very good board for Cremate's hand in general. Like, when Ivar is raising from early position, they're going to have a lot of, like, ace, deuce, ace, 3, low card. It's just not going to really connect. Not many 8x in their hand. So this is actually a very, very good board for Cremate. It gets better on the turn as well. That's just over a third.
This could change the chip lead at this 7-handed final table.
Yeah, and I am Ivar. With the nut flush draw, also has aces, which could easily be the best hand. Got a call here. 2.3 in the middle, and Cremate sitting there with the second nuts. Obviously, quad 8s could be a thing. I've been on Twitch a long time. We can't just say it's the nuts. They do complain. But it's essential nut.
And this is a situation where I understand the call on the turn where you've still got drawing potential with the clubs, but now aces have really shriveled up, and facing this bet of 1.6 million is a tough call.
It is a tough call, and I like Cremate sizing here. You really want to target 8x. I don't think a lot of it is going to be checking on the turn, but you want to charge aces, some kind of straight that's got there on the end. So yeah, I do like this big sizing. And it's a really, really tough spot for I Am Ivar here. I mean, you're blocking 2 of the clubs which you want your opponent to have. Not an easy one whatsoever. Got to look at it from Cremate's shoes. And you got to think, well, what is I Am Ivar here? Raising and then check calling a turn bet. It's got to be aces or an 8. I mean, I don't imagine jacks or kings. It's a really, really nice fold. Really, really nice. And great. Cementing their chip lead now.
See a change in the chip lead, absolutely, as Thiago Crema now catapults to the top of the leaderboard. The Brazilian now moves ahead of Ivar, who sits in second. Gleb Tremsin sitting in third. Those are the players who've got more than 10 million. Everyone else, 4 million or less.
Yeah, and these short stacks have got a really, really easy job. You know, just try and find some kind of, you know, really good hand that works both for low and high, and just try and get as many chips in the middle as possible. The good thing about split pot games when you're short stack is that you can survive quite a long time just because of the fact that pots are going to be split so often. That's why I say, you know, if you're a short stack in a horse tournament, you really are rooting for fixed limit 08 and stud 8, because those are the split pot games. You're going to survive, and then you can pounce on the big bet games.
Yeah. You just mentioned, Mason, you've been streaming for a few years now, and you know as well as anyone that, generally speaking, we prefer to ignore the armchair analysis of our viewers. But if that viewer is Senkel92, if that viewer is Tobias Leknes, you listen to what they have to say.
Of course. I'm good friends with Tobias now. We've kind of crossed paths online, and we finally met in Barcelona, and he took down another WCOOP title this series. I mean, I don't know how the guy does it. It's just in his blood to win coops, honestly. It's incredible. He took down a PLO tournament this series, and you know, amongst other coops that he has won throughout the years. So yeah.
Well, just referencing that last hand between Ivar and K Cremate, Senkel92 says these spots are not as bad as they might look for Ivar. Typically, there aren't that many hands that connect with this board. People don't play the Queen Jack 10-9 type of hands that connect heavily with that board.
Exactly. You know, Cremate is certainly not going to be flatting that hand from an Ivar early position raise. So there's not many hands. That's why the fold is so impressive there with the aces. Yes, Cremate can just have like a random 8 there with some kind of low potential, but it's still a pretty impressive board, considering Cremate's not really meant to be having too many nutted hands there.
Yeah.
And Pago here. And this is the power of having the nut low here. Can just apply maximum pressure. You can see he didn't have much of a high at all, but once you know you've got half of that pot locked up, you can really apply pressure to some of those better high hands that you can get to fold. It's a good play there from Pago.
Jacks for Gleb Tremsin, and suited ace, 7-6 suited for Paga.
Yeah, really interested to see what Div Sam does with this really good hand. As you can see, look at the equity here. Multi-way, ace 4, king, hing. This is an absolute powerhouse. Alexa just flat here, multi-way. The only issue is you are going to be out of position. It's not a bad board whatsoever.
No, overpair to the board, the wheel draw.
Exactly, yes. Not really much else for the remaining two players. Yes, they have some low potential here with the ace-6, but it's not strong. The nut low draw here would be ace-3, and obviously if 4 were to roll off, that would give them the wheel for ace-3, but no players have that. As the repeat deuce rolls off on the turn.
And Tremsin goes for 252k. 91% equity for Div Sam.
Yeah, pretty rare to see someone being such an overwhelming favorite here. Div Sam obviously got to make the call. And if it checks, I'd imagine this is just going to go check. There is a chance that Tio could turn the hand into a bluff here with the ace of hearts, try and get like a queen to fold, or put maximum pressure on like a deuce perhaps. But obviously blockers are not real, and checks behind, and Div Sam wins the pot.
Well, Div Sam started this final table as the short stack. Div Sam now sitting in 5th place. Master Mandel is the shortest stack with 2.2 million. Blinds going up in 8 minutes' time.
Yeah, so we've seen a wide variety of hands. I mean, I would love to explain some hand categories that are really good, some that are not so good. So obviously we have hands that are scooping hands, such as like ace, ace, king, deuce, ace, ace, deuce, 3. You know, these kind of hands are going to be scooping a lot. And then you've got some like okay low hands, like ace deuce 3-4, ace 5-4 deuce, ace 6-3 deuce. These are pretty reasonable. They're going to scoop a fair amount of the time, but they are going to win the low a lot of the time. And then you've got those troublesome hands, like high only hands that you've got to be very, very careful with. Proceed with caution. A hand such as like Queen, King, Jack 10. You know, they may look pretty on the surface, and you know, there are a lot of flops that can, you know, really, really, really help you scoop pots, but on the surface they are not great. So you want to avoid those. And a hand such as like King, King 10 deuce, you just want to be mucking as well. You know, just a pair of kings not going to be doing too much for you either.
So Gleb Tremsin continuing to wield a big stack. I am Ivar also over 10 million. Thiago Creamer, current chip leader, with 12.5 million. So with 186 total entries, there's 132 unique players and 54 re-entries. Total prize pool of 186 grand, and 24 players got paid, including someone by the name of Tonka, who cashed out in 19th place last night.
Yeah,
and someone by the name of Sexual Dragon, who cashed out in 16th place.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, Tonka was sweating it big time on the bubble. I was watching it through Spraggy stream. Managed to creep in and actually got a huge double as he made the money. It was very, very close. Would have been awesome to see him on this final table, of course. And we see Diff Sam here just call pre-flop. It's a hand that you don't mind getting in, but obviously with ICM implications, you don't mind just seeing a flop in position here. And it's a reasonable flop as well. Nut flush draw, top pair, second nut low draw, and obviously now makes the second nut low on the turn. Got to be very, very happy here. And I Am Ivar has got the high nearly locked up here, turning a set of fives. It does go check.
Ooh, the diamond board pair.
Both players are obviously extremely happy with this. More so Diff Sam. Obviously, because they have the second nut low, they have the nut flush. Obviously, I Am Ivar knows for a fact that they're probably good for the high and goes full pot. Can Diff Sam go all in? It's very, very unlikely to get scooped here. But just on the off chance.
So, Mason, when we're looking at the percentages, it's just showing us the percentage of the pot, right? Like, not the percentage of, like, the high hand or the low hand. It's just how much of the pot they're getting.
It's 50% because I Am Ivar had the high with the full house, and 50% for Diff Sam because they had the low ace to 8. Yeah.
Exactly correct, yes. So yeah, we saw Diff Sam just call that. Understandable. There are some rare nut low full house combinations that I Am Ivar can have, and just on the off chance that I Am Ivar has that, it's understandable just to call with Mono being so short.
Yep.
We got Master Mandel being so short as well.
So this is, you know, again, just to highlight, guys, this is a split pot game in the sense that half the pot goes to the highest hand, half the pot goes to the lowest hand if there is a qualifying low hand. So, Jacka, when you say, why did the full house not win? It did. It won half the pot. But the low hand that Diff Sam had, ace 8, 5, 4, 3, gets the other half of the pot.
Exactly. It's just really important to remember that if there are 3 low cards on board, 8 or lower unpaired, players are entitled to half the pot. Okay, if there's 3 high, 2 low, then the whole pot goes to the best high hand.
Yeah, and that's where the 8 comes from in the name. Polymer Omaha 8 or better. In other words, 8 cards lower than 8.
I think this is going to be a really interesting dynamic here between Cremate and TI. Cremate obviously having position over TI. Really going to be a factor, I feel. And TI is going to have position over I Am Ivar as well. So I'm going to be really interesting to see how these 3 play this final table, how aggressively they're going to be opening hands, and how the short stack's going to respond.
Thank you, Tom, for clarifying that, as in any form of Omaha, you have to use 2 of your hold cards, 2 out of 4, and 3 of the board cards, 3 out of 5.
James, just sorry to I don't mean to undermine you. I only force hold cards for Hold'em. I'm not an Omaha expert. So when people say like, "Oh, what about Omaha?" I go, "Look, maybe it is hold cards for Omaha. I don't know. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. All I'm saying is I am only pushing that for Hold'em."
Well, can you please do some research, because we need to come up with a decisive ruling on this.
All I can see is that the game is called No Limit Texas Hold'em. They're the cards you're holding. I don't know in Omaha they could be the Ha cards.
The Ha cards? Ha, ha, ha.
We see an interesting pressure play here from TI. We are on break. We'll talk about that hand after break for sure.
Yeah, because that is the end of the first session of play. Take 5, Mason, because we've got a few minutes before action resumes at the final table of the PLO8 World Championship. We have reached the first break. This 1K MTT is one of more than 300 tournaments making up the 2022 edition of WCOOP. We cannot stream them all, as I say, on multiple occasions, but we can bring you the headline numbers and the biggest stories from the series. Yes, it's time for us to talk to our WCOOP correspondent, aka our man from the PokerStars blog. He's got the looks, he's got the brains, he's Howard Swains. So Howard, this is one of those occasions where I rue not being able to be across everything, because we were witnessing Sergio Aido win his first WCOOP last night. Meanwhile, it sounds like it was all happening in the 10K PKO high roller. I get the impression that was a fun one.
Yeah, it certainly was. Firstly, this was a ridiculously stacked final table. So we had João Vieira, Vicente Delgado, Samuel Woosden, Justin Bonomo, and David Yan. But we also had this player named Marjan1231 representing Slovenia. Now, I didn't actually see the way this played out, unfortunately, but I can only assume that Marjan knocked out everybody, because that person finished with bounty payments of nearly $170,000. To put that into perspective, Yan, who came second, got 7,500 in bounties. So they smashed the table. There was another 97K in the main prize pool. So it's about 265K for Marjan1231. And that's the biggest that anyone's won so far this year in WCOOP.
That is an incredible score. We talked about Norwegian dominance last night, and it seems their neighbours are now getting in on the act.
It's true, yeah. So we all know that Nordic players are born with 4 cards in their hand, but it seems as though they also seem to enjoy 5-card Omaha, because that's what was happening last night. And it was a Nordic clean sweep. So Jukes won the low for Sweden. That's his second WCOOP title of his career. Bustoville won the medium for Finland. That's also a second title. And Bompang won the high for Sweden. That was the biggest, obviously, with a 55K prize pool, but 55K prize. But that's the first WCOOP title for them, and a Nordic clean sweep.
Okay, so I assume the reason you're telling us about that is because those are the only 3 trophies that didn't go to Brazil?
Well, actually, you know what? It was a total whiff for Brazil last night. They didn't win a single thing, and it's not often we say that. We did see Andorra, Argentina, Armenia, and Uzbekistan take their first titles of this series. So 36 countries now have won titles in this WCOOP. It's worth noting, of course, that Brazil are still crushing. They've got 25 wins. Yeah. Their nearest challengers are the UK with 11.
It seems with Brazil, it's all or nothing. It's either they win everything in one night or nothing. Brazilian players still dominating player of the series?
Yeah, they are. Kelvin Kerber, he's still at the top of the overall leaderboard. It's still looking for a first win, but he's still crushing that leaderboard. He's got 860 leaderboard points. Rui Ferreira is in second, and then behind them it's Patrick Leonard and Benny Glaser from the UK. Brazil still in player of series.
All right, Howard. It's morning here. I'm hungry. I haven't had my breakfast. I'm not doing carbs. Please feed me some stats.
Okay. 111 tournaments in the books, 351,000 entries, $32 million in prize money, $5.2 million paid to winners, 11 tournaments ongoing, and Lex is deep in one of those, 13 starting today, including the World Championship of Heads Up Hold'em.
And what a perfect note to finish on, Howard, because that is the tournament we will be streaming tomorrow in the company of Griffin Benja. And, of course, we will check in with you again tomorrow. But for now, thank you.
Good night.
And, of course, we have a World Championship on the agenda for tonight. Hot Limit Omaha, 8 or better. 7 players remain from the starting field of 186. And we will play down to a winner tonight. Mr. Stapleton is on break. Mason Pye still with me, James Hartigan. Mason, you wanted to talk about that last hand of the previous session and the pressure that Gleb Trempton was putting on his opponent there.
Yeah, huge pressure going into break there. Pagao actually 3-bet pre, which representing a very strong hand, and it was a 2 low 1 high board, and Pagao's going to have a lot of ace deuce hands that are going to want to run it there. So it was a really bold play there from T with the top and bottom, and Pagao's going to have a lot of equity in that situation. Just realizing that Pagao's just going to have to fold so much given the stacks. It was a really nice power play there from TI. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
And the players are back from break. A couple of hands still to play at this blind level. And then we go to 80-160. And it is weird to not see any antes posted. Any idea why they don't have antes in any form of PLO?
That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure. But, in live events now, in particular with Omaha, PLO, they are starting to introduce antes into their games. It just generates a lot more action. But the way they normally do it is that the antes will not count towards the pot pre-flop, but they will count towards the pot post-flop. So you can only raise 3.5x pot pre, and then the antes will actually be included in the pot post-flop. That's how they're doing it live nowadays. Maybe we'll see it online for sure. And maybe even within 08 itself. I think a lot of players would like that introduction.
So Master Mandel and Monopoy, I think it is, not Monopole. Monopoy pretty much tied for last place at the moment. And Mandel is going to play this hand, suited ace, wheel cards.
Exactly. So as a viewer watching, you just want to look at that hand and dissect it. So ace deuce, fantastic, check. We've got the low. Suited ace, check. That's really nice. And ace 10, yeah, we can make some high hands with that. Happy days.
And some 2-pair combos as well with 10-9. Just the 9 on the flop, though.
Yeah, these 2 high cards, 1 low card boards are going to favor the big blind a lot. They're going to be calling with a lot of high-only hands, so this Jack 9-3 board is definitely going to favor Cremate. It does go check, though, and understandably so, because Master Mandel is going to have like a lot of ace-deuce X hands that's not really going to like that flop too much. Does pick up now the wheel draw to go along with their nut low draw.
Yes, and Tiago with the straight draw might call this bet of 346.
Yeah. An 8, a 4, obviously still has low potential. Not great low potential, though, but low potential nonetheless. Master Mandel now figures the time is to delay c-bet. Does make the call, and it is a jack of clubs on the end, so everyone misses everything here.
And again, just to highlight, because there are not 3 cards on that board lower than an 8, no low is possible. This is high hand only. And look at this bluff from Tiago. Bluffs full pot on the river, Mason.
Wow. I mean, what a power play. Figures out that Master Mandel's not going to be checking too much Jack X with backdoor lows, backdoor straights, backdoor diamonds or spades. So this is a real good opportunity to try and take this pot down and apply maximum pressure. The low missed.
Wow!
That's a really aggressive call.
Great hero call from Master Mandel, who was pretty much calling for his tournament life. Okay, would have had a few chips left over, but it was pretty much the lot at risk there.
Yeah, that is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but Master Mandel is putting themselves in Cremate shoes and thinking, well, surely, I'm going to have a lot of lows that miss here, so they're going to bluff so often, makes that huge hero call. I was correct, and deservedly gets the double up, essentially.
Okay, so aces. One of them suited.
Yeah.
Nice high card combos. That's why we see the 3-bet, and we're going to the flop. And now,
Wow.
sixes and deuces, the spade draw,
There's
low
just
draw.
so much here. They're going to run it. Of course.
Wow.
85% equity. And that is a
that
scoop.
is 100% of the pot and a full double up for the other
Wow.
Brazilian at the table. And we do see a bit of a switcheroo in the stacks now. Bellarmino de Souza now playing 7.3 million as Thiago Crema drops down to 6.5 million.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, aces can be very, very vulnerable, of course. Cremate coming into this final table, about 12 million in chips. Not the best couple of hands for them. And Pagao gets the full double.
And we have the flush draw for I Am Ivar.
Yeah, and also, it's really important to mention as well, James, sorry, that, you know, aces, when we play Hold'em and we play Omaha, aces, yes, it's the be-all and end-all, you know, it's a fantastic, fantastic holding, but in Omaha high-low, especially with no low potential, it can be quite vulnerable. So you've got to be very, very careful at times with aces. As you see, Pago here, you can see the nut low and 2-pair, increasing their chip stack after that full double.
And by virtue of some of the hands that we've seen played after coming back from break, Gleb Tremzin has very much taken the chip lead now, is the only player over 10 million, sitting there with 12 million chips.
Master Mandel blocking their own flush outs, understandably gets out the way. And we're heads up once more between these two.
Have you ever been dealt quads in Omaha?
I'm sure I have. I've definitely been dealt them in Badugi, because obviously when you get dealt quads, and it's obviously 4 different suits. That's not a Badugi though, but it was funny. It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare to get dealt quads.
Yes.
Obviously a great hand in 5-card draw. Not so much in Omaha. And don't be fooled though, because people sometimes at the lower limits do think that actually is quads, and they do go full send with it, James. So. All right, we join this hand on the turn. Jack 8, 4, 10. Cremates with Jackson 4s for the high. Has an Ace 5 low draw. And I Am Ivar with just the pair of 4s. But actually now makes the nut low with that deuce. And this is just going to end in a split pot. But the question is, can I Am Ivar go for a full pot size bet and really put pressure on a hand like Jackson 4s? I'm not sure if he'll get that exact hand to fold, but there you go. There's the full pot size bet. Really putting pressure on a hand like 8s and 4s, 10s and 8s with like a mediocre low. I don't think, though, Cremate is going to be folding Jackson 4s with an Ace 5 low. If it was maybe Jackson 4s with like maybe Ace 7, perhaps maybe you could see a side fold to this pot size bet. But I think with the Ace 5 lows insurance with the Jackson 4s, wow, and goes for it. And Ivar is not going to be obviously folding the nut low.
No,
but
no.
But gotta be worried that there is a chance that they could be getting 3-quartered.
Yes, that basically you both have the nut low and you end up winning 25% of the pot. But actually gets half of it, wins the low, Thiago wins the high, we play on.
But that's not a pleasant spot for I'm Ivar there, where they're sitting there with just a nut low and a pair of 4s and they get jammed on, because a lot of the time Cremate is just going to have that Ace 3 and inevitably a better hand than a pair of 4s. But yeah, pretty happy actually to get a chop there.
Tremzin on the button. Ace 7 suited. 8, 7, 6. 6 deuce of spades.
Yeah, not
And
much for
this is the weird thing, Mason. Really. This is the common percentage breakdown, right? Post flop, close to 50-50 so much of the time.
Exactly, and that's just the same with most Omaha variants, really. I mean,
Yeah.
the equities run really, really close a lot of the time, and everything can flip with the turn of a card. We see I'm Ivar take a slight equity lead here, picking up the nut flush draw. I might take a stab at it. Blocking, obviously, Broadway as well, has equity when they get called. So it might just take a stab at it. And that's quite a big stab. That's full pot. And we'll approach the 10 million mark. Pago on the button here with a very, very nice hand. After that double, though, they're in a little bit of a situation because they are sandwiched between two big stacks who are definitely going to apply a lot of pressure to this 8.3 million stack, of course, with Mono still in, Diff Sam, and Master Mandel. But this is a very, very nice hand. And in position, trying to squeeze out the small blind and big blind, try and get this hand heads up. Going to definitely perform better heads up as opposed to multi-way. And that's just a happy result.
Aces, ace 10, ace 5 suited. A raise from Master Mandel. I'm still really impressed by that hero call, by the way, against Thiago Creamer.
It's not easy because a lot of people are thinking, right, you got 4 cards, right? Surely, you know, my pair of 9s here is just going to be beat. But these guys understand how, you know, the low misses a lot of the time, and you know they're going to apply max pressure and try and fold out hands like, you know, ace deuce 3x and whatnot. So it's a leveling war essentially. But Master Mandel understanding and making a really, really nice call there.
So we have got a few former WCOOP champions at this table. We recognise that Thiago Creamer has 2 titles, one of them from last week. We had that Thursday night where Brazil won 10 titles, and one of those went to Thiago, who got the $530 Thursday Thrill PKO for more than 100 grand. Gleb Tremzin is a 4-time winner. Bellarmino de Souza, that's Paga, he's got 2 WCOOPs. Interestingly, Diff Sam, going back over Diff Sam's history, Mason, Diff Sam has a 4th place finish in a mixed pot limit Omaha no limit hold'em event from 2010. That was the last time Diff Sam had a big score in WCOOP.
Wow, a long time ago. I actually really enjoy the no limit hold'em PLO mix. I wish there were more tournaments of that on PokerStars, but it's a great tournament. It's normally at the end of a series, and I believe we have a no limit hold'em PLO mix in WCOOP this series, as there always is. But that's a very long time ago. My word.
I was going to say, don't they let you talk to management and offer suggestions? And I was realising they probably do, but those people then just ignore you.
That's crazy. And what a river this is.
Wow.
What a river this is for Diff Sam. Has the straight and has the nut low. We call this, James, nut.
Nut. Oh, how fantastic to be sitting there with that hand and have someone betting into you.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's the absolute dream situation. And there he goes, all in. Now, I'm Ivar. I mean, we have a live ace low, which means they're actually using the ace 4 from their hand, and their low reads 6-4 3 deuce ace. So it's the second nut low, but I mean, just look how straighty and lowy this board is, and your opponent goes over the top. You can't imagine that your 7-4 is good there whatsoever, let alone your low, and makes the correct fold.
Diff Sam in 5th place right now with 5.2 million. I have to ask the question, even though it's going to depress me, Mason. 2010, when Diff Sam made the final table of that event and came 4th, how old were you?
Well, I would have been about 14 years old.
Ridiculous.
Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, crazy, crazy. 14 years old. Where's time gone?
Oh, a young man with all those hopes, all those dreams, and then ends up streaming poker for a living.
Oh, dear me. I didn't even know poker existed prior. I didn't understand the game.
No.
I didn't know at all, obviously. I picked it up at uni, and, you know, that's it. Here we are now. It's quite a bit of a surreal thing, though, doing this. I always said it, even when I did the EPT back in 2019 in Prague, it all felt a little bit surreal. Even sitting here now feels very, very strange, but in a good way, James. Obviously.
You're in your element, buddy. This is your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
You know, if you're gonna steal MGM's intellectual property and create the mixed games movement, I'm amazed by the way that they haven't come after you. All you need to do is put a lion on your logo, and then you've
And that's it. I'm done for. I'm done for. I'm done for. To be fair, loads of people have sent me stuff in saying, you should sue this, because the cube that I've got, my logo, is very similar to a lot of logos and symbols out there as well. But no one's come after me. I'm still here, still alive.
Just to be clear, they would probably go after you for money. I don't think MGM are going to have you whacked for kind of infringing on their brand.
Imagine. All right, Mono looking down at the King 5 Deuce 3 and says, all right, this is the time to rock and roll. TI here with a double suited hand. Some potential for high and low. As you can see, has the lion's share of the equity. Does actually get out the way, though. Mono has been pretty quiet this final table so far.
I can't think of another hand I've seen Mono play.
I know, but this is not a bad flop whatsoever. We've got a straight draw, wheel draw, backdoor spades. Pago has some straight draws of their own. I guess we're just rocking and rolling.
Here we go. Mono at risk, but looking good. And that is going to be a double up for Mono. And every all-in so far has gone the way of the short stack. We have seen plenty of double ups so far.
Plenty of double ups, and that's going to lead to some really, really interesting dynamics. And you may have feared it, James, but we could be going into some kind of ICM cage if things kind of balance out here between all the stacks.
No,
we don't want that. We want car crashes.
I just want play, and that is the danger when stacks become even and people are looking at the payout jumps. And look, I'm not saying I would play any differently, and I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong. That's probably the correct strategy. Purely from an observer's perspective, looking at it as an audience, it's just a bit like,
Yeah, no, for sure. But the differences between this and Omaha High is that even now, we've only been live for about half an hour. We've seen this table for about half an hour, 45 minutes, is that a lot of chips have gone in. And, you know, the equities do run close. And you know, you saw that, like, Mono was only a 60% favorite on that flop. It just drills the turn. So there are going to be a lot of scoops. A lot of hands where the equities will run really close, and then someone just gets a little bit lucky and scoops it all. There's just a lot of action in this game compared to just Omaha High. And hopefully the theme continues.
Conrad
1.4
Higgs,
million in the middle. Sorry, James.
watching on YouTube, says, finally you're broadcasting a real game. NLH is so blah.
I agree. But obviously, I can understand that, you know, when people get into poker, the first game that they want to play is Hold'em. It's the game that's in the movies. It's the game that everyone talks about. It's really good. But if you want to expand your poker arsenal, I honestly do recommend getting involved in these games. They are fun. They really are fun. It's just something different. You know, variety is the spice of life.
I agree with that. The one thing I will say is I think it's fascinating for a game which, by comparison, is regarded as so simplistic that still there are strategies and theories in Hold'em that are new. The game is still moving forward after all these years.
Exactly, and that's why I left, because I can't keep up with it. I'm a simple mind, mate. I'm a simple mind. I can't. There's just too much going on with that game right now. Way over my pay grade.
Find your niche. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. Mate, way over my pay grade. Fair play to those guys studying day in and day out, those solvers. That's not me. You can do whatever you want. You go ahead. I'll stick to Badoogie. All right, blind versus blind here. Mono. Oh, real nice hand here. Not going to let this go for cheap.
How was the Badoogie, by the way? Did you stream that this afternoon?
Yes, we streamed that this afternoon. I streamed that with Accidental Grenade. It was a great final table. Really good fun and a lot of serious callers. It's really tough to make a Badoogie, James. Like, really hard. And we were just seeing, like, the nuts against, like, the third nuts. It was ridiculous. And it was won by a Norwegian player. What a shock, a Norwegian winning a mixed games tournament. And it was a great final table. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoy doing these replays. And we've got many more mixed games championships down the next couple of weeks. We have the Raz Championship, which is kicking off tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be playing. Tonka will be playing as the Raz King himself. We have, of course, the Single Draw Championship. Obviously, today we're covering the PLO8 Championship. So it's really nice that PokerStars are giving some light to mixed games as well amongst the 12 championships.
Well, I mean, it's bringing things back to where they started. You know, we say that this is the 20th anniversary of WCOOP. The series started in 2002 and was very much set up to be the championship of online poker, and that meant every single variant of poker. It's not just a Hold'em series.
Exactly. I think what's really nice is that they've kind of adopted the kind of tiered system that Scoop has as well, allowing a lot of players to play some of these games for a cheaper buy-in, which is great. Gets more people into the games, more people playing, which is what we all want. But yeah, as you mentioned, you know, WCOOP many years ago was just high buy-ins, right? Just the most prestigious series, and still is the most prestigious online series.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with you that it's nice that it has the accessibility and we have the low buy-ins as well, but I also am a fan of introducing these 12 top-tier high buy-in events to decide world champions in each specific format / discipline.
Exactly. It's fantastic. And they get a cool little trophy with it as well. It looks really good. Oh, we see a battle of the aces versus the aces here.
Oh, yeah.
And just look at this, James. Can you just see, like, one pair of aces has 31% and the other has 14%? That's because Diff Sam has the ace-3 compared to the ace-6. So if the low were to roll off, Diff Sam will have the better low. Obviously, depending on how the cards fall, it could go the other way. But just them having, you know, just the ace-3 right now is obviously a lot better than having the ace-6.
So Gleb Tremzin has spades covered. Diff Sam has clubs covered. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And it's all going in pre, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Two powerhouses.
And Diff Sam is the at-risk player. Slight favourite here. Diamonds, not a factor. And that is going to be high versus low.
Yeah, TI with the queens and sixes, and Diff Sam with the 6-5-4-3 ace low. And that could have gone, it really could have been a scoop as well. You never know, like, you know, if the 4-deuce-5 were to roll off there, you know, we could have seen Diff Sam scooping that all up. You know, if it could have gone all clubs, all spades. You know, equity is pretty close, but you can just see how all these chips can go in and can get slided to one player. It is a very chaotic game compared to Omaha High, for sure.
Thank you to Rafa watching on Twitch, who says, not sure if you've mentioned it, we haven't, but Paga Ovalinho means pay the old man. That is the online handle of Bellarmino de Souza, a two-time WCOOP winner. Both of his titles coming from last year's series, looking for his third tonight.
The more you know. Yeah, King, Queen, Jack, Deuce, not a playable hand whatsoever. TI and Pago once again. A few hands ago, Pago didn't have too many chips, but now has around 8 million. TI incorporating a limping strategy here, blind versus blind, which is absolutely fine. You know, with a hand like ace-9-9-3, you don't want to raise and get 3-bet and play an Omega bloated pot out of position. So I like just limping here, seeing a flop, seeing how the cards fall, and picks up trip aces on the turn. Yeah, Pagao calling with the low draw. May think that pair of queens on the turn is good. In fact, makes the low on the end.
Yeah, and trip aces still good for the high.
So you mentioned to me before we came on air, James, about you playing some of these games. I don't know if you wanted me to bring it up, if you're embarrassed about playing some of these games.
No, it's fine. I mean, I've talked about getting into poker in the past, and you know, I'm incredibly old, so I started playing poker in the 1990s, and this was before poker on TV, and this is before I even knew Hold'em was a thing. So 7-card stud was the game, which we played pot limit, and then later I discovered spread limit, which I still maintain is the best way to play stud. I prefer spread limit to fixed limit. I was saying earlier on, I think fixed limit games should just be outlawed. And then it was when late night poker came on TV that the world became obsessed with Hold'em, and that's when I kind of got a regular home game going. But as I'm sure you found as well, it's kind of like it can get monotonous if you're just playing the same game day in, day out. And so it's like, oh, well, let's bring stud back into the mix. And, oh, let's try Omaha. Let's try deuce to 7 triple draw, because there's a chapter about it in Super System 2. And so, yes, I have experimented in my time with these different formats. But for the most part, it was the live equivalent of clicking buttons. I'm not sure I can say that I applied any monster strategies. But the one thing which you've said a few times this evening, which I do remember very clearly, is ace deuce. That is the cut. That's the hand you're looking for. Ace deuce is the powerhouse.
It is the powerhouse. It really is. As we see, Nolo available on this run out. It is the Broadway of Pagao. It's going to scoop in. Interestingly, checks. Maybe giving Mono an opportunity to bluff, but given the way the Mono's played, I don't really see them getting too out of line. Pagao now approaching 9 million in chips.
So double enters, what's the difference spread versus limit? So in spread limit, let's say, for example, you play 1 to 5 spread limit. You can bet anything between 1 and 5. So it's not a case where the bets are fixed on each individual street. On any given street, you can bet anything from the minimum to the maximum. So it does keep the pot limited, or keeps the action limited, which I think you need to in a game like 7-card stud, but without the kind of like mind-numbing
button clicking. I understand.
Yeah.
I've never played spread limit. That actually seems really, really interesting.
Yeah.
But I guess you can't really play that anywhere now. I don't know. Could you?
The last time I played it was in Vegas. There was a spread limit stud game at the Mirage one summer, and I found myself sitting in this game. I've told this story before, so apologies to anyone who's heard it. And I was the youngest person in that game by several decades. And what I found is that these people were they were playing a kind of informal, the rules of the casino weren't that you could only open with jacks or better, or that check and raise wasn't allowed. But they had this kind of honor system going where you wouldn't open with worse than jacks, that you wouldn't check raise, that you wouldn't, as I was accused of doing by one senior citizen, disrespecting the game. So I kind of realized that I was ruining their fun. So I got up, took my winnings, and left.
And never seen again. Oh my god. Literally rules, you cannot check raise here, sir, or you are barred.
I mean, when I first started playing in Vegas, I remember that the card rooms had to make it clear, check and raise is allowed, because still in many poker rooms it wasn't. It was considered poor etiquette.
Oh, wow. My goodness. Imagine saying to these guys right now, you're not allowed to check raise, not allowed to overbet the pot. Hold'em would be a completely different game.
Yeah.
All right, we join on the turn here. The 8 repeats. IMI opening this high-only hand from cutoff. Cremate actually does have the best high hand with queens. Mono has a lot of low potential. So they have the uncounterfeitable nut low. And what that means, no matter what low card comes on the end here, obviously non-pairing, of course, no 8, no 4, they will have the nut low. So if the deuce were to come on the end, they would play the ace 3. And if the 3 were to come on the end, it would be the ace deuce that plays. And a 3 would be a fantastic card because it would give them a full house and a nut low. So Mono really, really hoping for that, actually. That would be quite the hand.
Are there any 3s live? Just the one.
Just the one. It's going to be
having
tough.
folded a 3. I do love a good one-outer. Oh, wow.
Just
Folds.
fold. Yeah, maybe not getting the right price, because although, yes, they can hit the nut low, a lot of the time they're not going to win the high. It would have to be a 3 for them to win the high. And as you can see, outs pretty diminished. Only 2 outs really to go for the whole scoop. And if they called you know, a lot of the time they might not even hit the low, and then they're just going to get scooped anyway. So, yeah, a reasonable fold. It may seem like, oh, but they're drawing to the nut low. Well, yes, you do make the nut low some of the time. A lot of the time, you might not actually hit the low card and will get scooped anyway. And even if you do hit the nut low, you're not going to win the high half. So,
yeah.
reasonable
More
fold.
analysis from Tobias Lechner, Single 92, says jamming here with all the river lows and the 3 to scoop.
Yeah, well, Mono, as you can see, hasn't been getting too out of line. Oh, and aces actually folding here. And that's just the absolute ICM cage that Master Mandel is in here, where Mondel actually opens the button. That's actually quite surprising. Yes, I mean, they're not the best aces, but we do have a suit, we do have a low card. I think it's just the 9, which is a big banana there.
Yeah, and
Wait,
Mono
oh.
dropped down to 2 million, and notice that the blinds go up in 2 minutes to 100k, 200k. Yes, it's pot limit, but still a 10 big blind stack is in the danger zone, and Mono very much in that position. And just to echo your point, Mason, if Master Mandel is looking at the payouts and sees that 2k jump from 7th to 6th, will understandably be waiting, hoping that Mono goes first.
Exactly. And I think you've got to remember as well, with these big buy-in World Championship events, even with like the 1K like mixed games, non-championship events, a lot of these players are playing for leaderboards. You know, you're not going to win a leaderboard without playing mixed games. So a lot of these players that you will see on this table might be gunning for leaderboard points. So every jump, not only there's a monetary incentive of making every jump, but leaderboard points as well for the overall player of the year. And just a reminder, these World Championship events will only go towards the overall leaderboard as opposed to the high, medium, or low. And
Board has bricked out for Gleb Tremzin, and Tiger is going to win that pot. And we do have a change in the chip lead once again. It is Paga Ovelinho, one of the 2 Brazilians at this final table. Bellarmino de Souza, who's now in the number 1 position, as Gleb Tremzin, TO373, drops down to 2nd.
yeah, really nice spin up here for Pagao. And we see Diff Sam opening up here with ace, deuce, 3, 10, suited to the ace. A really nice hand that can win both halves of the pot here. Cremate also coming along with a very, very similar hand, suited to hearts. And I am Ivar here in the big blind. King, king, 5-4. We've got a suited king as well. I'd imagine they will be coming along. And indeed they do. Flops top set on this king, 8-7 rainbow board. And I like the check here from Div Sam. Despite having the nut low draw, not really much going for them in terms of high. So they don't really want to be getting too involved and in a massive confrontation multi-way when they've got like a middling stack. The repeat 8 gives I am Ivar now a boat.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that when the board pairs, you're liking the prospect of there not being a qualifying low hand.
Exactly. When you're sitting there here with king, king, 5-4, and you're sitting there with a full house, you're really praying not a low card to roll off.
Yeah.
So you really want to be betting a size that can charge low draws, maybe some kind of like hearts with ace deuce, something like Cremate has. Also, you want to get value out of an 8 as well, which both players can certainly have.
And I guess from Cremate's perspective, okay, we've got the paired board here, but still drawing to the nut flush and drawing to the nut low as well with the ace deuce. So
it is.
Might well call this 800k.
Yeah, maybe. They're just calculating the price here, seeing if it's worth the call. Oh, wow. I mean, Cremate must be super happy with that river. Yes, if we were going to nitpick, we would want maybe like the 3 of hearts, but still, when you have the nut flush here and a low, that is a very, very strong hand. And I'm Ivar
full
obviously
pot
going full
bet. Yeah, and I guess Thiago Crema might be thinking there's a chance that he's going to scoop here, but will only win the low. This will be split. And a reminder, a split with one player winning the high and one player winning the low does not qualify as a chop pot.
No, no singing on this broadcast. And Cremate just figuring. I mean, obviously we're going to be calling. The question is, should we be sending the whole loot in? Thing is though, when they go full pot, you must be thinking, well, I have the nut flush. Yeah, I have ace five. What do they have? I don't think they should be going all in, because they could still have a boat with ace four, and that will still scoop. So yeah, I like just the call here.
Everyone gets their money back, and
Everyone gets their
Mono
money back.
is now a 10 big blind stack. We have just kicked off the 100k, 200k blind level, 30-minute clock in this event at the final table.
Yeah, and the common theme here with high-low, and despite there being a lot of action, a lot of big pots, still 7 players remain. That's just the split pot nature, but it could lead, though, to maybe a few quick eliminations down the line, and potentially a long heads-up battle. We'll see.
At some point, the dominoes will start to fall. It can't be seven-handed forever. He says,
I hope not anyway.
Looking at the clock.
Exactly. You just put that into the air, mate. You've jinxed it.
I know.
Mate, this is one of those really, really nice hands. We don't even mind playing this hand multi-way. Double suited, 4-wheel cards. Lovely hand. Going to flop really, really well. I may have jinxed that as well. I mean, we still have the nut flush draw. The queen 3-3 board with this hand is not really what you're looking for. It's a good flop, though, for Mono, who has trip threes.
Ooh,
make that a full house now.
Full house.
Yeah, Cremate turning a pair of aces. And all of that wheel potential, nut low potential. And still has what they might think is the best hand for the high if a heart were to come on the end.
And it is a heart, but no qualifying low, so the full house is going to win all of it. Yeah,
a Mono with a SPR here of around 0.5. Actually checks, maybe giving an opportunity for Cremate to bluff / value bet here with their...
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a paired board, Mason, but I can understand a value bet with the nut flush, which gets snap called by the full house. And there you go, another short stack double up. And now Mono's playing 4.3 million, which means Master Mandel is now the player with the shortest stack. But Master Mandel has 3.5 million right now.
Yeah, the chips are spreading out on this final table. Yeah, I mean, I actually like the check here from Mono at the end. I mean, a lot of hands that are going to be calling there are going to be flush draws and low draws there on the turn. So give him an opportunity for Cremate to put the chips in there behind. Also, if Mono just had trip threes, they're probably going to want to check the end as well. So kind of balances that out as well. So yeah, gets the full deserved double. Has been pretty patient this final table and is keeping their head above water.
Blockers, what blockers? Both players with heart draws here.
And again, we spoke about this earlier, James, how you really want to be careful with these kind of holdings because you're going to be making second best hands, and a lot of the time you will be getting scooped. And now Pago here is just going to apply maximum pressure, and rightly so. Has the nut low, has outs. I mean, we only have, what, ace high right now?
Yeah.
And he's going to make I Am Ivar fold, the best high hand. He's going to scoop this whole pot. I'd be very surprised to see if I Am Ivar calls. Yeah, correct fold. And that's just the power of having the nut low there, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pugger holding on to the chip lead right now, 11.5 million.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. Really, really impressed. It's not easy to maneuver such a short stack on a final table of this caliber, and has done so very, very well. 11.5 million. Deserved chip lead, absolutely.
I mean, there was a time when these events would be played in one day. Now, obviously, the advantage for us of them coming back on day 2 for the final table is we can stream it. And I think for the majority of players, I appreciate it's not overly convenient to everyone, but for someone playing high buy-in World Championship events, they're probably grinding the entire series, so it probably does work out for them. It's got to be good to have that reset point and come back refreshed for the final table and not be having to make those key decisions at the end of a very long night, having waded your way through more than 180 players.
Absolutely agree, James. You know, I'm a bit of a like a coop nerd, especially with the mixed games. So I like to like observe the tables and see who's doing well, because I tend to see like a lot of familiar names always like being near the top. So I was sweating this table yesterday, and I don't think these guys finished in about 3 in the morning, and this was a 5:30 restart. So, you know, they've been grinding. You know, I played the 1K horse championship, and we just crept into the money about 2 o'clock in the morning. And honestly, if that played down to a winner, we wouldn't have finished until honestly about 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's nice to have that reset, come back with a fresh mind and play out, because, you know, a lot of these players are Europeans and some even further behind. And, you know, you don't want to be playing to the early hours of the morning. So it's a fantastic structure. Utilize that fantastic structure by splitting it into a 2-day event. And yeah, these guys can come back and play with their full potential.
I'd rather they didn't play till 3 o'clock in the morning again, if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't see it happening, in all honesty.
No.
I don't see it happening. But you never know. You never know. You did put it in the air. So can't really blame anyone but yourself if it were to happen.
I think that is actually mathematically impossible if you look at the number of chips in play. Even with 30-minute blinds, there will come a point where everyone's going to have like 2 big blinds each.
It could just be chopped for infinite time.
Oh, God. I forgot about that.
Always possible. Okay, Ivar taking that one down. And we see him in the big blind with a lovely little hand here. Ace, deuce, 3, jack, suited to the ace.
Well, interesting analysis from Senkel92. I believe it will end when the big blind is 500k or 600k. With my limited understanding of the game, the analysis I did earlier on, I didn't think it could go past the 750k big blind. That was the point where I thought mathematically it has to end by that point. So I'm glad that we're on the same page, Tobias. That makes me feel happier.
First time getting some live cards up mixed games on the stream and already panicking that it might go on forever. Maybe not getting it again, but we'll see. As we see the ace 8-5 board, a really good flop here for Ivar. Got the nut low, top pair, wheel draw as well, can catch a 4 for it all. And now that is actually 2 pair for Pagao.
I was going to say, and he flushes about, but the answer is no.
Yeah, no. Remember, if a heart were to roll off, Ivar would not have a flush. Remember, you got to use 2 from your hand, 3 from the board at all times. You can use 2 different cards to the low and 2 different cards to the high. But 2 from your hand, 3 from the board at all times. And Ivar, understandably going for this sizing. Could even go a little bit bigger as well. And even though you've turned 2 pair here, you're not overly thrilled, especially with the flush on board. And it is going to end in a chop if it does get to showdown. Now, Ivar blocking straights, blocking flushes, has the nut low. Do they want to go full send and apply maximum pressure to a hand such as aces and 8s? Aces and 5s, kings and 8s, like they exactly have. And the answer is yes.
Wow.
And this is just the power, James, of having that nut low.
Absolutely. And kings and 8s just not strong enough to call with here, right?
James, I would not call. Absolutely not. Yes, we do have an insurance.
Oh, wow! I'm pressing it.
It's so tough. It's just so
I know you
tough.
basically get half the pot. I know you effectively get a refund there, but that is still impressive because on that board, kings and 8s just don't feel that good.
I know. Maybe like the insurance there with the 7 deuce low, but my word, it's not easy whatsoever. That not so easy. You may be thinking, oh, 2 pair, close your eyes and call, but remember they're only playing for half the pot. 7 deuce is not really going to be the best low there that often. Really nice chop there from Pagao. I'm really, really
These
impressive.
guys
Really, really impressive from Paga.
very,
I
very
can't believe
good.
that. James, I would have hit fold. To be honest, I wouldn't even call the turn. That's just how much of a nit I am. I'm just really impressed with that call. That's incredible stuff.
That's a great answer to the question. Mason, would you have called that river? No, because I wouldn't have got that far in the hand.
I wouldn't have gone that far. Oh, incredible stuff. Love this. All right, we could be seeing a big old pot here, multi-way.
I will allow it. Oh, Paga has an 8.
Rewarded from their play from the previous hand. And it's actually TI and I Am Ivar here with the nut low draw. I Am Ivar, though, with a little bit of a high, has the pair of 9s. TI not so much. That's backdoor spades. And they've got to call 500,000 more here to get and see a turn card. It's a nice turn card for both I Am Ivar and TI here. Both now have the nut low. Yeah, Pago does check. They're going to realize multi-way that their low is probably not good. Ace 3, 3 deuce, ace deuce beats them for the low. And there are some obscure boats. There are some straights here as well that they could be in trouble against. And I Am Ivar now. See, look, wow, fantastic stuff. This bet pushing out the ace deuce from TI.
This feels like a very familiar story. In fact, wasn't it the previous hand? And yeah, it's a situation where I Am Ivar has the nut low.
Yeah.
On this occasion, Paga's hand is slightly stronger, but still...
Slightly. Yeah, does have the nut block. And look how I Am Ivar sized this turn, James. Just leaving a full pot-sized bet left behind. Almost as if they knew what they were doing, believe it or not, in a 1K World Championship PLO8. Blocking the straights as well with the 9s. Blocking a flush. Has the ace deuce.
I think we know what's coming. I think you're right about the sizing. And I think we saw it on the previous hand. The question is, when this bet comes, and it is likely to be 6,575,836, does Paga find the hero call again? Last time it was with 2 pair. This time it would need to be with an 8 with trips on a straighty, flushy paired board. Yes!
I think this one is a little easier, but yeah, it's still pretty good. I did have the ace of hearts block, it did have trip 8s, and had the ace 4 low as well.
I mean, a little bit easier, but even so, come on.
Yeah, it's fair play, fair play. Man, I don't think that button has been spammed so much in a broadcast before. Ah, lovely stuff.
Okay, straight draws aplenty for Thiago Creamer, but the diamond draw and trip kings right now for Gleb Tremsin, 84% equity.
Yep. Nearly just has this board locked, especially with the ace 9 of diamonds with the nut flush draw here with the trips. Cremea, though, may think that they have the best hand. And I can't entirely blame them for calling this turn. They do have some straight outs as well. They can improve to a full house. And instead it runs out 8 deuce. Rickiest of runouts. And TI's got to be very, very happy. And does value bet. Now, does Cremate make a hero call? That would be incorrect. Really tough here. Yeah. Good fold, good fold. I think you've just got to give your opponent credit there for just having a king.
Yeah.
I don't think aces are going to really be taking that line. Maybe go for the 3 streets, probably check behind on the river. I think 3 streets is always, almost certainly a king there.
So we're coming towards the end of the second session. We're heading towards the next break in just over 5 minutes' time. Are we going to hit that break with all 7 players remaining?
There is every chance. But that makes the next hour even more interesting. We'll probably see a lot more all-ins. And hopefully, at least, an elimination.
The novelty.
But even
of a KO.
Exactly. But even despite that, it has been quite an exciting hour. We've seen a lot of full-size pots that have been getting called by some mediocre high hands that have been correct for half the pot. It's definitely been a fun hour for sure.
It's a top set for I Am Either. And again, worth highlighting, and apologies for kind of patronizing people who know Omaha inside out. TI does not have a flush, would need to have 2 diamonds in his hand to have the flush.
Very key. Very key. And it checks through. TI now looking there with just a pair of 4s. Actually goes for the bluff. Is I Am Ivar going to sniff this one out here with the straight? Obviously a complete bluff catch. It does! And over 11 million in chips. Nicely played, nicely played.
I'm pretty much tied for the chip lead with Parga right now. Those two top of the leaderboard. Alec has a question, Mason. Have you ever played a PKO version of a PLO8 tournament? Seems like it would make things very interesting.
Yes, of course. Yeah, there are a lot of PLO8 PKO tournaments on PokerStars. They're great fun. Obviously, a lot more people willing to gamble in a PKO for very obvious reasons. But the real gamble comes in when playing no limit Omaha high-low, where there is no limit to your betting. A lot of shoves pre, a lot of people gambling for bounties. That is a really fun format, but obviously very, very swingy. But yeah, you should go and check them out. And then, obviously, for the more conservative player, you have fixed them at 8. As we see the chips go in here on the Jack 8-6 board, 2 spades. Master Mandel. Oh, it's chopped.
Wow. The high goes to Parga, the low goes to Master Mandel. You're right, though. They're not shying away from getting their chips in. It's just that we've either seen short stack scoop or it's been a split with one player winning the high and one player winning the low.
That's what I was saying. You know, you said earlier on in the broadcast at the top, you said, well, because you've broadcasted some Omaha tournaments before, is it a little bit tight? Is it a little bit nitty? Well, yeah, but compare this to what we're seeing right now in the Omaha low variant. The chips are going in. It's just being chopped. So you're getting action. You're just not getting any eliminations.
Keep an eye on the action, Mason, and just flag if anything big is developing, because I have to read this comment on YouTube from the Juju Swing. Do you think there should be an asterisk for World Championship when the entire United States isn't able to compete? That's a bit rich, coming from a country that sticks World Championship on everything that is America only. So, no, I don't. Thank you for your question.
And mic drop. Wow. Oh, dear me. Oh, you're watching the PokerStars channel.
Button raise from the chip leader.
Oh, dearie me. Div Sam folding. Now, players might look at this hand and think, well, we have an ace and some low cards, but we're not going to be making many strong lows there, and we're not going to be making many strong highs. We don't have a suit either, so a reasonable fold, especially with Master Mandel being the shortest stack at the table. Pago here with his just chip lead, just, opening these kind of hands, and perfect small blind and big blind to attack there.
And just to be clear, we do not ban Americans from playing on PokerStars. The legal situation with online poker in the United States is beyond our control.
Cremate. With a nice defendable hand here in the big blind against the aces of TI. It is a 10-10-9 board. It's going to be a very, very small bet here from TI. I figure they're just going to have the best hand a lot of the time. The thing is, though, with this size, you are inducing a lot of raises from certain hands that the big blind is going to have a lot of, TI is not going to have too much 9x. Not going to have just those high-only hands. So Cremate can definitely come in with some spicy raises. But
yes.
Fortunately for TI, it didn't have much.
Ooh, 2 small suited aces for I Am Ivor. Nice starting hand.
Beauty hand. Beauty. And Master Mandel here actually has a very, very nice hand as well. I want to see how they proceed here.
High ace, low aces, spades, all good. And
wow,
does flop a flush draw.
Does flop a flush draw. And I Am Ivor here with the best hand. As you can see, the equities are very, very close here, James. What a shock. But Master Mandel's probably going to be looking to get their chips in the middle, I'd imagine. Just want to see the turn and river. Yeah, against a pot-sized bet as well. We're going to have a fair amount of equity here. Even if I Am Ivor just turns over the hand right now, you can see they have aces. I'm more than happy getting the chips in right now. Into the time bank. The thing is, it gets really, really awkward though. Like, if they call and the turn is, say, just like, I don't know, like a repeat 9, then what, do they have to fold? I'd really just want to see the turn and river here and just run my equity. Sanko makes a very good point. Maybe jamming in front would have been the play. Yeah, absolutely. And a Jack-9-6 board here would favor the big blind, so that actually is definitely a viable play. I think the result would have been the same. Really thinking about it. I'm really puzzled as to what they're thinking about.
Thinking about jamming?
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance they can call and fold some turns. Yeah, there it goes. It has to go in. There we go. 5.3 middle.
Heart on the turn, heart on the river, nut flush for I Am Ivor, no qualifying low. We do get an elimination before the break. The very last hand before the break, we do lose Master Mandel cashing out for $7,400. So 6 players now remaining at the final table. I Am Ivor and Paga Ovelino pretty much tied for the chip lead, 13.5 million each. 5 minutes on this break, and then we will get back to the final table and continue to play down to a winner in this World Championship of Pot Limit Omaha, 8 or better. Let's welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix. And guys, I want to talk about what we've got coming up over the coming weeks. We are not quite at the midpoint of the World Championship of Online Poker. Mason, you referenced that you have been doing some of those cards up replays of some of the non-Hold'em games. So what's next? Is it the Raz this week?
Yeah, tomorrow we have the World Championship of Raz, a 1K buy-in. I'll be playing, I'm sure Tonka will be playing. And in terms of mixed games, we still have single draw. And I believe that's probably it in terms of mixed games. Obviously, we're covering the PLO8 today. But yeah, it's been a fantastic, fantastic series for the World Championship events.
Yeah, and I think it's worth highlighting again a slight change to the plan for next week. So just to be clear, there will be no streams and no replays on Monday the 19th. That means Tuesday night now becomes live coverage of the Women's Championship, which means the 8 game that was going to be streamed on Tuesday will now be replayed on the Wednesday. So you'll get the 8 game all to yourself, Mason. You will be in heaven on Wednesday afternoon of next week.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Obviously, it would have been a pleasure to broadcast it live cards up, but unforeseen circumstances means we'll have to do a replay, and I'm still looking forward to it. Should be a great final table.
Yeah, so normally, Joe, we would have a triple header every week, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Next week, it's the double bill. We have that Women's Championship, and then we have the biggest buy-in event of WCOOP 2022. We referenced yesterday, by the time we get to the middle of next week, all those big guns should be back from Cyprus, and they will be firing off in the 25K Super High Roller. And I'm guessing we'll see some familiar names and maybe some names we haven't seen so far this series.
It feels like Sam Grafton's going to have a lot of bullets to fire in that. That should be really fun. There's absolutely no way he's doing commentary.
Unfortunately, Sam is not going to be back until the end of next week. Sam is only going to be back in time for the main event. So I'm hoping that Sam will join us to cover the main event. The last week of the series, we'll be covering 3 days of the 10K, playing through the bubble, playing down to the final table and streaming that final table on the last day of the series. But again, it's a situation that we face with Maria as well. Both those guys are going to play the 10K. So I guess worst case scenario, we don't hear from Sam, we see Sam.
I guess this would be another a bad time to tell you, but I'm also planning on trying my hand in the 10K main event, James. I don't know. I might not make it either. It's just, it's time. I've seen enough poker. I think I'm ready.
Yeah, I keep telling yourself that. The only way you'd find yourself in that 10K is if you had your friend and benefactor, Maria Ho, buying your action. And I think even Maria, as lovely a person as she is, would tell you where to go on this occasion.
Certainly not to Canada.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a much worse place than that. But yeah, you enjoy the replays. I mean, obviously, I know that nothing beats live, Mason, but being able to see those events after the fact, and again, I guess not dissimilar to tonight, where educating the audience, educating poker fans on games that maybe they've never played before.
Exactly. This is what I love to do. I love these big series, and we do these final table replays. And a lot of people watch the PokerStars channel, and they do come in and ask questions. And I'm all here to answer. And it's really nice to educate people and get more people into games. We broadcast the Badoogie earlier on this channel with Accidental Grenade.
Yeah. And
we already had one viewer. We've already converted one viewer to play the $11 Badoogie WCOOP event tomorrow. So hopefully we can get some more people into playing Pot Limit Omaha High-Low after watching this stream. So, yeah, I really love doing it. Getting more people into some of these games.
A Badoogie sounds like what you make after a very violent mixed game movement.
It's a great game, Joe. It is a great game. And it's probably like the meme game of all the poker variants, I'd say. People always go, Badoogie, that sounds like great fun. And it is a wild game. It's great.
Well, action resuming at the final table. We finally lost a player during that last session, Joe. On the very last hand, we said goodbye to Master Mandel. Everyone else is now locked up at least $9.5 grand. I will leave you to it. I will take a break. Joe, Mason, do your thing.
Audio is Hardigan. Shaken, not stirred. So, what are we averaging? A level and a half to lose a player? This should be over by what? Thursday?
Yeah, we'll be done by Thursday. Heads up, championship will have to be delayed. But yeah, going at a good rate, I'd say. But we haven't been short of action. There's been a lot of all-ins, a lot of huge pots, a lot of big hero calls. We just haven't been seeing any eliminations so far, apart from the one before break.
We barely saw that one. It practically happened during the break. Trip 6 is here for Paga.
Yeah, trip 6 is. And has a low, but it is the A7 low that will get the low half for mono.
Is that a standard call with the second nut low A7? Like any low at all you're calling there, I guess, if you're calling with A7?
Yeah, and it did have some high potential as well. I mean, you're just getting such a good price. It's very hard for players to have hands that can win both the high and the low and just have you completely dead. So, I mean, given the price, I think it's a fine call there from mono with the A7. And they have been playing pretty conservative as well. They've just been keeping their head above water, and they've been doing a very reasonable job, as we see Diff Sam with double suited Ace-4, 8-3. Pretty good high and low potential.
From Ivar in the big blind, who flops a set of sixes, top and bottom for Diff Sam.
Yeah, as you can see, though, like the equities are just very, very close to 50-50, and it will just end up in a chop a lot of the time. 8s and 4s, though, with the second low is pretty strong. Goes for about a third.
That's locked up already, right? You just, that's...
Yeah, I mean, essentially it is, but obviously Diff Sam can't know that for sure, and, well, they're just going to get the chips in here already.
Getting it in already. 5 on the turn, 8 on the river. That is a full high right? The pie pot now goes
Wow.
to Div Sam.
Wow,
Total
we were just
scoop
saying
there.
how often it was going to be chopped, and then Div Sam just rivering the higher boats. Huge double for them. Yeah, pretty unfortunate there for Ivar. Just going to be chopping there so often. To river the 8 there, pretty unfortunate.
That's monopole. Raising. Oh, not. Sorry. TI defending. Did not see that there. Hey, Gleb. Suited ace tray and ace deuce as well.
Yeah, TI coming along here. Like these kind of like 4 low cards with a suited ace are really, really nice to take multi-way. We don't actually mind the small blind and big blind coming along. But on like an ace queen jack board, we're not super happy. We do have some backdoor low potential, but it's actually going to be the ace 7 kicker that's going to play here. But I don't think both players are going to be too happy with that turn card, really, despite Mono having the 100% check mark next to their name.
Yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to know that? What do you have? Pair of aces? It's Omaha.
That's 4
So many
cards.
cards.
So many cards. And I imagine they're just going to knuckle down the table.
Indeed, he does.
Yeah, Mono up to 5 million. I was saying to James, Joe, like he had played some mixed games before in his time. I was wondering if you played any Omaha variants or any other mixed games in your time, or is this just completely alien to you?
When I was so dumb to know how I didn't know how not good at poker I was for a long time. This is fun. We got a street flash draw here. I think that still flies. Even in,
full card.
even in
Yeah,
Omaha,
why not?
Right? Two pair now and a flush draw for monopole.
Yeah,
Almost
but Cremate here
2%
has
additional equity. Huge edge.
You never know. You never know. But yeah, Cremate here with the nut low. And also it would be an interesting card if like a club were to roll off. Yes, Monopole would have the flush, but Cremate with that nut flush blocker. We'll see how it pans out. And even though you do have 2 flush draws here, you know, we're not too happy. And there is the low club. But I think, though, Mono does have the flush and a low. We will not see them fold. Cremate will, though, try and get them to fold there with the ace of clubs blocker with the nut low. But it most likely will just end in a chop, no doubt. In fact, Mono decides to take the lead, which is a little bit risky because you're now inviting Cremate to go over the top here. Because Cremate knows that they can't have the nuts because I have the ace of clubs. Blockers are not real, though. And there goes the call.
Did not work. Split pot.
Yep, split pot. It's just been the theme of the day.
I mean, it's right in the name, guys.
Two big hands, though. Could collide here between Pagao and Div Sam. Again, you know, we've mentioned this before, how these players are in, especially those middling stacks, Div Sam, TE now as well, are in a little bit of an ICM cage. And they do actually fold, and that's what I was saying, you know, just the pressure of these pay jumps. And they are in position as well, bear in mind. I'm kind of surprised to see the fold, in all honesty. Not a bad hand whatsoever. Just didn't really want to get into too much confrontation. And what a flop that would have been for them as well.
Yeah, that one seemed a little tight to me. But to go back to your question from before, Mason, back when I didn't know how much I didn't know about poker, I did play a little bit of pot limit Omaha high-low.
Really?
I was dating a professional poker player at the time. She was sort of a mixed games specialist of her era. I don't think she would qualify now, but in her era, she kind of got her start before Hold'em was really the game. You know, she was like an old school player.
Yeah.
And she taught me how to play high-low. And I used to say jokingly, but not really, I used to call it my best game. Pot limit Omaha high-low is my best game.
Yeah.
Half joking, half not. So I have played some of this game.
Did you enjoy it, or are you just going to stick to the 2 cards?
I did enjoy it, but because I know now how much I didn't know, I know that I am at it is not my best game, and that I'm not even good at the other games, and I'm at a severe disadvantage playing this game. I did a lot of getting it in with the nut low, and I used to get quartered a lot.
Yeah, that's like one of the common mistakes
I wasn't good enough to
make.
fold lows. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about after this part. I mean, there's 4 million in the middle already. Cremate here going to put the rest in, and is a 68% favorite. Ow, and Mono gets 3-quartered here.
Oh, how appropriate.
How on brand, on time. But yeah, like that's a common mistake people make when they get into Omaha High Low. Yes, it's really, really nice to have the nut low and guaranteed some money back, but you got to be a little bit careful, because if your opponent is representing the nut low and you have nothing for the high, a lot of the time you are going to be getting 3-quartered, and you know, everyone does like a chop pot, but no one likes getting 3-quartered. No one.
No. I actually played one time on Full Tilt. I played a super satellite to the 50K horse at the World Series.
What? For the World Series, wow.
Yeah,
and
and
the Poker
I think
Championship.
I came, I think, 6 spots from winning a seat. So Joe Stapleton, like in 2008, almost played the 50K horse.
That could have been the start of something very special, Joe. Honestly, that would be quite the right. And a lot of mixed games players, yeah, could consider that like the most prestigious mixed games tournament. So that would have been something. I think a lot of mixed games players would only dream of playing that tournament. What was the buy
wow,
again?
3 aces.
3? Wow. Unfortunately, you can only use 2 of them though. And the big issue with this hand as well is that, well, we don't have a suit. And also, our 8 is a little bit rubbish for the low part. So, but we're still
I guess you have
open. We do have
blockers?
blockers to make it.
Yeah,
it's blockers.
Okay.
But, so, a blocker's not real in Hold'em, but they are real in Omaha? Or
I think they are real in
general?
Omaha, yes. Again, I don't claim to be an Omaha expert.
Okay, then. Well, in this case, we're very happy about opening this hand, then. But this is where it gets really weird. King 4 deuce. I think fortunately for TI, their opponent doesn't catch too much, but it goes check. It's a high card on the turn. Brings in a potential flush draw. And it's actually the 10s and 4s.
And a gut shot, I guess, for Diff Sam also. Now it's Jackson 10s.
Yeah, it's Jackson 10s, but there can be some like weird, obscure 2 pairs that still beat Diff Sam here. Also, the flush comes in. Now, TI has some showdown, but can also turn their hand into a bluff, blocking Broadway, blocking the nut flush. And there's only really one sizing we really want to use if that's going to be the case.
All
and
of
that is, yeah, pretty much. Can Diff Sam make the hero call? The low does miss. Understandable. There we go. A great use of blockers there from TI.
Blockers.
Blockers. There we go. There we go.
All right, we got ace deuce suited here. My IR. Raise and take it.
You know, we're talking about, you know, obviously you getting into pot limit Omaha high low, but I think many a poker player has tried at least a mixed game before in their poker career. Like maybe some don't want to admit it or whatnot, or maybe in Spraggy's case, too embarrassed to say they enjoy a mixed game. I've caught Spraggy many a time playing a Badoogie tournament or whatnot, and he always say to me, always go, Mason, your games are stupid, but I secretly lurk in his stream, and before you know it, he's giving these mixed games a lot of praise. But yeah, I mean, a lot of poker players do dabble in mixed games, or at least have once or twice in their poker playing career.
I think they're super fun. Big hand here for TI, for Gleb Tremsen. Here comes the 3-bet.
Yes. Yeah,
and like
really
it just uses a different part of your brain. You know how like when you're trying to work out, there's a thing called muscle confusion where like you don't want to do the same exercises every day. I do kind of like the different way you have to think about pot limit Omaha, especially high-low, or playing a stud game where you have to look at the other players' boards and stuff like that. I do sort of like the different ways you have to exercise your brain in those games.
Yeah, it's really true. And a lot of people say, maybe not for me, but a lot of people do say that playing mixed games and, you know, Omaha high-low does help your hold'em game. And, you know, I'm not living proof of that, but I can understand that maybe it can do, for sure. It makes you think about hands differently. And overall, you're going to be a better player. I mean, you look at coop players, who are the best in the world, who's won the most coops, and these guys do well in all disciplines of poker, even no limit hold'em as well. So maybe it is true.
Even a baby's game like no limit hold'em.
All right, TI, lovely little textbook 08 hand.
We got some suited Broadway. We got a suited low.
Yeah. And players watching this, you just got to go through a checklist. When you look at your hand, you're first playing this game, go through a checklist in your hand. Can we make a low? We look at ace deuce. Yes, perfect. Do we have a suited ace? Can we make nut flushes? Yes, we can. Unfortunately, we do block our own flushes, but yeah, we can. Do we have some potential for some high hands? Yeah, I mean, we have ace queen, we've got queen 10, we've got ace 10. So if you're ticking all these boxes, that is a good 08 hand.
And yeah, we've got top pair here. Can still make the backdoor flush. Some Broadway draws. Like that. That is the nut straight on the turn.
Absolutely, Jin. And this is going to be really interesting, Joe, because
could get into some trouble here with those blockers being very real and all.
Exactly. Yeah, this is what's going to make this hand really interesting. It depends on what size TI goes for here. If they go for like a really small size, we could see a check raise here from I Am Ivar. Instead, they just go for this. Yeah, it's not small, but let's see how they proceed here. I think TI may have gone smaller. Say, for instance, they had clubs to go with it, or maybe if the jack of clubs was, say, like a jack of diamonds. And there it is. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, this snap just snapped.
8.8 million in the middle. This pot only going one way.
Does I Am Ivar pull the trigger?
I am punting. Tremsen snap calls with the nuts. I Am Ivar decimated.
You gotta respect it though. You gotta take your hat off to them. The heart to pull it off. Oh, that's pain though.
Coming out firing with a, what I'm guessing is only an okay hand.
Yeah, but they have just an enormous chip lead, and no one's really going to want to get involved with TI when I Am Ivar is sitting there with vapors.
Ivar going to get it in with a pair of fives. Clubs. That's right, QB for trolls. Blockers aren't real. King 7-4. So we've got a 4-5-6-7 for Ivar. One club. Nines beating the pair of sevens. Another club now in the turn, which is a straight for Ivar. Also has the club draw. Slightly higher club draw for TI.
Yeah, you're dissecting this very well. It can be very confusing, and it's going to be a scoop here for I Am Ivar.
A huge pot about to be shipped to Ivar.
Yeah, that deuce on the end counterfeits both Diff Sam and TI with the 3 deuce. Not an ideal river card. But TI, I'm not really sure because there's no side pot here. I guess just trying to make, a better high hand fold. Oh my god! What is happening? That is an insane call.
So the riverback got called.
Oh my god!
But they chopped the low. Is that what happened?
Yeah. So I Am Ivar there obviously scoops it, the main pot, with the straight and the best low. Diff Sam and TI both had a live 3, and I'm not even sure who won the high there. I can't believe what happened. I can't
Senkel
believe what
saying
happened in
Diff
that side
Sam
pot
got 3/4 of that of the side pot.
Yeah, of the
oh, and
side.
now Monopole's all in. Makes the nut flush on the turn, and the low's going to go to Paga. Okay, chop it up.
Oh, right, Jesus.
Whew. Can we have a second, please, just to talk about the one before that? Can you guys just pause for a second?
We need a 5-minute break just to talk about that hand before. So Diff Sam, because the chips went in so quickly, Diff Sam actually got 3/4 of the side pot there from TI. I'm not sure why TI elected to bet full pot there into a dry side pot, but there you go. Only had the live 3. Not much for a high. Maybe trying to get Diff Sam to fold a better high because I Am Ivar was all in, knowing that these hands had to go to showdown and can put pressure on with those pay jumps and mono being so short. I think that hand is way beyond my pay grade, if that ever made sense. I don't think it did.
Well, that makes all of us.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Diff Sam actually called it as well.
That's the part that's shocking to me.
Yeah.
Called, I don't even know with what. Was it 2 pair?
Yeah, it was a better high there with a pair of 9s. I can't recall the hand. But yeah, they must have the better high than the pair of 9s.
I think it was 7s and deuces.
That's incredible. Incredible stuff. Yeah, 2 pair. And we're going to see TI getting it all in with aces, and understandably so. I'm Ivar at risk and slightly behind right now.
One
but ahead
diamond
on the Queen 6 board.
Queen 6, yeah, it doubles up.
Oh my goodness gracious me. It was on vapors. Now has over a 20 big blind stack once more. I think
So
a lot of people in
folks
chat
out there,
that hand as well.
Yeah, a lot of people extra confused. Now, what I can do is I can help the people out who are confused at a level that we can understand, which is that, like Rassel asking why they chop with the nut flush. No one had a nut flush. In this game, you got to use 2 of the cards in your hand and 3 on the board. So if there's 4 cards on the board and you both have a diamond or whatever it is, that doesn't count. You got to be using 2 cards from your hand. So that there was no flush chop.
No. So say, for instance, in this exact hand, another heart were to roll off, Pagao doesn't have the nut flush.
Right.
TI has a flush because they're using 2 from the hand, 3 from the board.
Now, Paga's trying to rep a flush here.
Exactly. It's just level beyond level beyond level. And that's the 100% check mark next to TI's name. Now, does Pago go full send? The thing is, though, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get folds because the lows come in.
Pog, go for it.
Oh, my God.
7.5 million. There are full houses out there. There are bigger flushes out there. There is technically quads out there.
And the crazy thing is, this might work because TI's low is just so bad. An 8, 7, 6, 3 deuce low isn't great. This is why it's so risky, because if TI has ace 4, for instance, ace 5, they're probably still going to call. That's an incredible play from Pagao.
Huge bluff from Pagao, gets through, takes the entire pot with 0% entitled to them. And now TI down to 10 million. It's Pago with the overwhelming chip lead.
Oh, it's just an incredible, incredible play. TI had one of those hands that could actually fold, but a lot of the time there, TI is just going to like have some kind of low with that flush that's just going to close their eyes and call, thinking that they're going to at least get half the pot back. But fortunately for Pagao, actually find a hand that TI has that can actually find a fold there. A mediocre flush and a mediocre low. Just great stuff from Pagao. Really
Is there
impressive.
anything too also that the board was paired trays, which a lot of people might have a 3 because they're trying to hit lows? Yes. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's also a very good point. Yeah, it was a paired board as well, so even more hands that beat their flush. And someone makes a good point as well. Yes, it would have been an incredible hero call, but also if TI were to call and be wrong, they're in the dumps with all the other short stacks as well, and they want to keep that second place intact.
Not much here for Tremzen. Pagao with a suited ace and an ace 3 for low. 3 Broadway cards. Queens fold. Ace 4 with hearts for monopole.
Yep, a bit of low and a bit of high.
Whoa,
And goes for it.
3-bet it.
Yeah, I mean, and Pago's looking down at a really, really nice two-way hand here. We've got a suited ace, we've got some low potential, high potential. Yeah, let's run it.
Here we go, all in. Monopole's got it locked up. And another short stack double up.
Oh, incredible stuff. It's Corey goes, I'm so confused. Why do queens fold? Queens are not really a strong hand in this game. Remember, you're looking for hands that can win the high and the low. If you had queen, queen, ace deuce, queen, queen, ace three, some way to win the low as well, it would be a pretty reasonable hand. But just queens on their own, not strong hand in Omaha, and a very good hand in No Limit Hold'em, but not as strong in this game.
And the fourth case queen hits the turn. TI in big trouble here. 2 pair. No good. And the river is a deuce. So that's a full house for Pagao.
And again, just going to go full send, Joe. And there it is. Again, just trying to put pressures on.
155.
Yeah, just trying to put pressure. Try and make TI fold like a mediocre low. That's pretty much the play. When you've got one half of the pot locked up, 100% secure, you really want to push your opponents out of the other half so you scoop the whole thing. And Pagal there doing exactly that with the nut boat. And Cremate now in position, has a suited ace. The only issue with this is that the 8 is not a real good backup card. So if they were to flop, say, a 4 and get counterfeit there with the ace 4, the 8 as backup is not really that strong. You really want like a 3 or the deuce as backup, of course. Not an 8. 8 is not going to make many strong lows.
Nice flop here from Monopole. And
wow.
nice flop raise from Pagao.
Yeah, Pagal just trying to put pressure on very similar hands like they have. Ace 3x with no real high.
And this is a low pressure situation, right? I don't mean low pressure, high pressure, but pressure with a low hand.
Yeah, for sure. And Pagal makes the nut low. Mono has a full house, and it's going to end in a chop. There's been a lot going on, honestly. Despite there only being one elimination, it has been pretty chaotic. And I'm still really putting the pieces of the puzzle together. What happened in that all-in hand? I don't think I'll ever know. And again, Pagao finding a hand that is not really a strong 08 hand from the textbook, but realizing that Mono cannot really be calling too much with Diff Sam, I'm Ivar, and Cremate having similar stacks. Really putting Mono in the ICM cage.
There is a call coming out of Mono. And Pagao
just going to run it.
with straight draw bets and takes it down. Up to 19 million now.
Yeah, just been really impressed, Joe, by Pagao on this final table. Came in as one of the short stacks and just absolutely bullied this table.
It's kind of like in Billy Madison when he finally catches the dodgeball and he's just like, now you're all in big, big trouble. And he's just pelting people left and right now.
And it's good. We like to see this. We do. Because it's just really interesting to see how these smaller stacks respond. Because I think whoever takes a stand is going to make some big ladders.
Bellarmino de Souza, Pagao Velino. 2 WCOOP titles. A strong contender for a third right now. And is getting 3-bet by a similar hand. I don't think we'll be seeing a fold.
Nope. Very similar hands. I think we're just going to run it. And as you can see, it's dead on 50-50.
Just a call. 2 diamonds on the flop. Not exactly helpful for either player. King and queen missed them as well. They both hit the 4. Slightly better low potential for Pagao, but it seems pretty thin to get there at this point.
Yeah, both have gut shots, but like... Oh, this make the
Now
call
they're all
11.
in. Jack on the turn. 3 in the river. Split pot.
It's just going to be the theme of today. Oh, man. It's just been incredible, honestly. Just lots of action, just no eliminations.
Fun hand for Mono. Shouldn't get in too much trouble with Pagao.
Yeah. Pagao opening very, very wide, and understandably so, but I think against a 3-bet here, 10-9, 3-5 is not really a hand that you want to be continuing with against a really, really strong ranger there from the small blind.
A fun hand for Tremzen in the big blind. Has a low, has pocket queens. Jacks and a suited ace, folds in the small blind. Tremzen does defend, hits 2 diamonds. Pagao with the ace of diamonds. We've seen this one play out a few times before.
We have. But this is a little bit of a different situation here with TI having the nut low draw. Again, just going to play this as like a check call. We don't want to be flying in chips, and that's just like the absolute dream card for both. Full house for Pago.
Yes, that's right. Full house for Pago. A flush for Tremzen, but does have a very good low to go with it.
Yeah. And, you know, there is an out to get it all, though. That would be pretty disgusting. A little queen there. No dice.
Just another diamond.
Just another diamond. And TI obviously very happy. Knowing they're guaranteed to get some money back with the nut low here with the ace-3, and they have a reasonable high, they're never falling. And there is the call, and it's going to be another split pot. What a shock.
Some low cards for Ivar. Folds. Suited ace, 3 Broadway cards for Diff Sam. Not a great low. Folds. Aces with the ace deuce, and one of the aces is suited. Here we go.
Yep, beautiful hand. Generally, in 08, 9s are really bad cards. Naturally, they are just bad cards because it's the lowest high card that doesn't qualify for low. So
right, okay, makes sense.
Yeah, it's just naturally a bad card. But when it's suited to the ace, it's fine. But generally, you do not want to have a 9 in your hand.
Tremzen folds the nice-looking hand for Omaha High. Kings for Ivar.
Yeah, 250k invested. It's kind of awkward though. You've got to be very, very careful with this hand. Yes, you're closing the action. 7-7-3
tray. Both players miss. No flush draws. Backdoor flush only for Monopole.
Yeah, and despite Ivar having the best hand, has to proceed with a lot of caution because there are a lot of low potential out there. A lot of obviously the paired board already got some flush draws, so might peel one, but has to be very, very careful on a lot of turn cards. No, it just does fold. Understandable. I probably would have done the same. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of turn cards you're just gonna have to fold anyway.
Garbage hand for Monopole out. Ace tray for low for Cremate. Suited king, 3 Broadway cards. Seems reasonable, but a lot of action behind.
Yeah. There just seems like a lot of hands that are playable, and rightly so. Because you're always in the mix with some kind of ace low card. You're just always jabbing in there, and you never know. It could always be your last hand.
Someone on YouTube asking, isn't 3-4-5-3 a nice hand for low? Okay, let me handle this, Mason. You tell me if I'm right. One is you kind of want to have an ace in your hand, I feel like, if you're going to play low cards. Two, you also want your hand to be a good high hand at the same time. So, like, just an okay low hand and not a very good high hand is usually one you ditch. Close? Was I close?
Yeah, no, you absolutely smashed it, mate. So, what was the hand in question? 3-3-5. What was the hand? 3-3-5-4. Yeah. Say, for instance, yeah, you play that hand and the board is Jack 10-9. What are we doing then? We're just we're just sitting there with a load of nothing. So yeah, you want hands that can win both halves of the pot. A lot of board coverage. So having the ace deuce, having like a Jack 10, so you're covering both low and high. Sorry, but 3-3-5-4 is only going to be covering like those wheel boards. You know, if like a king queen jack board appears, then we're in no man's land.
This hand once again cruising toward a chop.
Well, it's an interesting turn, yeah.
So Ivar playing the low with ace, deuce, 4-7 at the moment.
No, Ivar has the best high hand right now with the two pairs, sevens and deuces. Pagao has the 7-5, 4-3 deuce and makes the wheel.
We actually see an elimination. Pagao makes the wheel, which is the high hand and the low hand, scoops the entire pot. Ivar eliminated. We finally take out sixth place for 95.60, and we're down to 5.
Yeah,
and
Joe,
Pagao
so
can really do a lot of kapowing here.
Yeah, so yeah, I am Ivar that had two pair. Didn't have the low. It was actually Pagao who had the low and had outs to the wheel. As you saw the ace on the end, giving them the wheel, the nut low, and scooping the whole pot. Has an overwhelming chip lead now, 5-handed, and TI has second place for now and has to be quite careful. All 4 players have to be really, really careful here. And I just think TI is just in the worst seat in the house right now.
Does flop pretty good here, at least.
Yeah.
Oh boy, club.
Despite Pagao picking up some club outs, this turn card is definitely going to favor the big blind, some 10-9 hands. You know, when Pagao calls that flop bet, they're going to have a queen, a jack a lot of the time. And TI is trying to extract some value. It's going to be really, really tough, though, to get Pagao to call. And it's a nice little morale-boosting pot for TI, up to over 8 million in chips.
Yeah, the good news for TI, everything else being bad news, being the chip leader to your direct left. The good news being that there are 3 shorter stacks.
Absolutely. Yeah, and these pay jumps are getting relatively hefty now, with over $37,000 up top.
Cremate.
Pagao electing to just let this one go.
So, someone on YouTube saying this game seems so complicated, which it is. One thing I will say is the speed at which it's played online makes it seem a little more complicated than it is. It is, of course, a complicated game. I'm not saying it's simple by any means. However, when it's an all-in and it goes bop, 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 pot gets shipped, it's actually not that difficult, except it's moving so quickly.
It is. It's moving so quickly, and like when you look at the percentages, they're moving up and down like this, and yeah, it can be quite overwhelming for a first-time viewer, but if you just dissect it, just take it slowly, I promise you it will become a lot more clear.
Pagao runs into trips again. This time they're being slow played, and Diff Sam turns a boat.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if just like...
Sorry, I already had a boat, excuse me. Had the boat from the flop,
yeah,
tens and fives.
just
My
flops
fault.
the joint. Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see Pagao just continue firing here. It does pick up a low draw as well. Now, does Diff Sam put the rest of the chips in now? Because they can't make a low, Joe, so they really don't want that low card to roll off. And it's not even a bad outcome just picking up what's in the middle. Obviously, they prefer the call, but It would be a little bit sad to see the low card roll off, or do they just let Pagao keep on bluffing? Well, I say bluffing. They do have some equity, but even if they just had an airball, I'm assuming that Pagao would still play this quite aggressively. I think they're just...
So this... Can you semi-bluff a low in this game? Is that what we're seeing here with ace tray? Is this like a low...
I mean, Pagao can just still have the best hand, and yeah, it's kind of like a semi-bluff of sorts, and all the money would have gone in on the river anyway. And that is a nice double up. But yeah, Pagao did have the insurance with the second nut low draw on the turn, and did have top pair, so wasn't looking to fold anyway.
So it's now Monopole and Cremate who are at immediate risk. Blinds have just gone up. 150,000, 300,000.
Yeah, the shortest stack.
7, 8, 9, 2 diamonds. We've got a 7 for Monopole and a straight draw.
Yep. Well, that repeat 9 gives Pagao the lead, but just look at the equities. Mono can hit so many rivers that will give him at least half the pots. And there's now Pagao. Oh, wow. What a brutal run out for Mono. The question is, does Pagao get to showdown, though? I think so. I don't really see Mono firing a bluff here. You really want to have a diamond in your hand. And this is probably just going to go check, check.
Wait, you don't bet a full house here?
Oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Full house. Sorry, I thought...
Okay.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, no, of course. My apologies. Yes.
See, I don't... I'm sorry, I don't mean to point it out like that, but it's...
No. No, of course.
At this speed, we all miss stuff from time to time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we can't be checking that behind. Absolutely not.
Now, getting a call is a different story.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Yep. Pagao now still over 20 million.
Ace king suited, ace deuce for low.
Yeah, nice little defendable hand here from Cremate in the big blind. Suit to the ace. Again, it's a shame that the 9 is in the hand. It doesn't really play with any of the other 3 cards. Oh, and the 10 rolls off.
Quite a flop here for TI. Hits the 8, 2 clubs, and the nut low draw. The nut low draw that Cremate will be chopping.
Yeah,
so we're
this
talking
is an
about
absolute dream flop.
Dream
flop. Dream flop.
Okay.
Yeah, could be heading to
High
3
card on the
quarters
turn.
though. Yeah, although I don't see Cremate maybe getting to the river, depending on how TI slices. It just goes check, check. It does go to the river.
Interesting.
Yeah. Probably figuring out that they don't want to bet and get check raised from a jack because they know they'd have to call just given the sheer amount of outs. So just electing to play this somewhat cautiously given the stack distribution, and it just goes check, check, and it is going to be a chop pot once more.
Well, I'll say this, Mason. Even though we have not seen many eliminations, we got 10 minutes left on this level, 13 minutes left on the level. I'm sorry, on this session. It has flown by.
It's flown by. And you're right. Like just compared to, because I watch a lot of you guys stream Sunday Million. We do a lot of these 5K, 10Ks, PKs, whatever. A lot of it is very mathematical. It's very slow. There's a lot of folding. There's a lot of leveling. These guys have played with each other before, but with Omaha High Low, you know you're going to get action. And there's actually a variant of Omaha High Low, which is even more chaotic, which is no limit 08. So obviously this is a pot limit. You can only bet and raise the size of the pot. No limit. You can go all in whenever you want, and that's just even more chaotic. So despite there being no elimination, despite their, the chips flying around, there's just been so much action. It's great to see some amazing, especially in the previous hour, especially Pagao just making some incredible hero calls.
Ooh, Tremzen.
Yeah.
Raising the double suited wrap cards. Is that okay? Is that close enough? Can I say something like that?
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, double suited as well. Got low potential, straight potential. And it's really ballsy because you've got the chip leader to your left in position as well. So respect it. And Pagao realizing that TI is not going to be opening there too light, given that they're on the button. Big stack. So giving a lot of respect, and TI takes just the small line and big blind.
Senkel
he's
chiming
cementing
in,
that second
saying it's
place.
an insane open, if you ask me. It did seem... I was trying to find ways to justify it because of Gleb Tremsen's doing it. I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot of straights you can make, but yeah, okay, cool. Did seem kind of insane.
Yeah.
Thanks for weighing in.
I mean, you just want to put yourself in their shoes, and like when you're commentating, I feel like you got to put yourself in the player's shoes and think, well, what are they thinking? Why is the reason for opening, as opposed to just shutting it down immediately? But yeah, it is like you're not your textbook open in 08, so to speak, especially with the big stack to your left. But maybe they think, well, because I'm open this, I'm going to get a lot more respect and a lot more folds.
8 deuce deuce. Aces still ahead for Diff Sam. Two,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, and a spade draw.
Yeah.
2, 3,
Pagao
4, 5,
now with-
8.
Yeah, Pagao with the best low right now and has outs to the wheel, although the wheel would give Diff Sam a full house. So spade would give him the best high. Not to mention a 6 would also give him a straight. There are some outs here to get it all, and well, just takes the pot down. Pagao train keeps on trucking along.
Couple of folks writing in chat to let us know that Pagao's screen name means "pay the old man."
Yeah. You see a defend
kinda
from
fun.
TI.
Trip fours
Yeah,
for
in
Crane,
position, we don't like defending this. 2 wheel cards of suits, some high potential with the Queen 9.
S015653 says, sorry, a bit late to the stream. Nationality of the players? Yes, in fact, all the players do have a nationality. Thank you for your question. Ace tray for low, ace 6 suited. Tremsen out. Pagao with a couple of 10s and a 3 deuce for low, and flops 2 pair.
Yeah, it's bottom 2 pair, and yes, you may be thinking, oh, 2 pair, fantastic. Well, we can see that a low could already be made on this 7-3 deuce board. Also, apart from boat outs, we don't really have much else to improve to. Maybe we could hit a 10 as well. I think in monopole shoes, you've got to be relatively happy with your low right now. Yes, you lose to ace 4, but I feel like ace 4 would have probably fired a turn bet by now. So we can comfortably go for some value. And when I say value, I mean essentially we know we have the low. Let's just try and push out some high hands, and they do so with great effect, making Pagao fall 3s and deuces.
Ace deuce tray with clubs for cream 8, and that gets through.
Yeah, not going to see Pagao fold this one on the button with that overwhelming chip lead. And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of sizings they go for with their opening sizes, whether they elect to go for pot, whether like, they just go for a min click, or they go for something just over a min raise. I mean, I'd imagine like into the big blinds of TI and Cremate, they want to go a little bit bigger, putting maximum pressure on those two.
Pot.
I mean, actually, thinking about it, those all 4 stacks are very, very similar, in fact.
Yeah.
Very
Slight edge
similar,
for
so-
Tremsen.
As you can see, Pagao attacking the big blind of TI here with not a great holding, knowing for all well that they're going to be out of position and can apply maximum pressure with them being second in chips. So I really, really like the open, despite it not looking like a great hand.
Decent hand for Mono is going to get some action from Pagao.
Yeah. Now, how does Pagao play this? Does he want to apply maximum pressure now and just run it, or we're just going to take a flop? We do the latter.
5. Ace of diamonds for Mono.
Yeah, that ace of diamonds may play into things on the later streets, but for now, we're relatively happy with the flop. The only problem is, right now, we've not got much potential for the high. Yes, we have the nut low draw, but what high hands can we really make here? It's really, really tough to make high hands.
Well, especially against Pagao's actual hand, which does, in fact, fold.
Yeah. Like, maybe the turn could have been a low diamond, and then we could have, like, represented we had the flush, whilst also having the nut low. That's also a possibility. But in terms of actually Mono making a high hand, it's very tough with that hand. Very, very tough, given that board.
Two diamonds on the flop and a 10. Great. Not a great low, but a low.
Yeah, not a great
That's
low.
pretty good low.
Well, yeah, good low draw, yeah, for sure. If the deuce were to roll off, that would have been a wheel. So, yeah, that would have been a fantastic hand. Unfortunately for Pagao, Div Sam didn't really flop too much. Pagao over 22 million. A real stranglehold of this final table with $37,000 up top. And what's really great, Joe, is that this tournament was guaranteed $100,000. It got nearly double the guarantee, which is pretty rare in, you know, today's online poker tournament world, especially on a PLO8 tournament as well. So it's really, really good to see a lot of people wanting to play, despite the high buy-in, which is great.
Yeah, and hopefully doing more streams like this will get more people interested in the game. And a year from now, maybe some folks who have played this have worked their way up to being able to play a 1K buy-in in Omaha High.
Exactly. Well, that'll be the dream. And, you know, we actually don't mind people asking questions about hands. Like, is 3-3-5-4, you know, a good hand? You know, we want people to ask these questions. It can be very overwhelming. And, you know, we encourage people to ask questions because we want you guys to get involved more with these games. This is a high only hand for Div Sam.
Only.
Yeah. Definitely want to open, though. Absolutely. Because we have lots of flops that we can scoop on.
Scoop is a spring championship of online poker.
Are we in the winter series? Winter championship
Lots of
online
hands,
poker?
that's right, here in winter. Kings, suited ace king, and ace 5 for low. Pretty fun. This does feel like a defend, though, from Tremzen, or no?
Nope. It's close. Like, honestly, early game, we might see a defend there with the 3-wheel cards. But given that they're out of position, given just the chip distribution, I think it's fine just to let this one go and wait for another hand. Save it for another day.
I'm just glad that I was like, it feels close, and you were like, it's close. Like, that's all I care about at this point. Yeah. It's just being in the ballpark.
For sure. There are a lot of great flops with that hand, you know, especially with the 3-wheel cards. But, you know, if they were, let's say, a 14 million chip stack, then I'd most likely see them defend that hand for sure.
Right.
Because it's a hand where you can get away easily on a load of boards, and when you flop good, you flop good with those wheel outs.
Folds over to the blinds, and just a limp in from Pagao. Queen 8-5 2 clubs, pair of queens for Pagao. Spade draw now for both players. Div Sam in big trouble.
Yeah, big trouble, but has the better low draw if that were to come in, but it does not.
Nah. No low.
And no low. It's just going to go check, and Pagao wins a small one there with no action on the flop turn or river as we continue. And, you know, the theme remains one elimination an hour, it seems.
Pretty terrible hand here for Pagao.
Yeah, pretty terrible. But in position, has the chips, can apply maximum pressure. It's not surprising to see them open, of course, as we see an 8-7-3 board.
So 4,
Both players
5,
with
6 makes a straight. A 9 also makes a straight. Okay.
Yeah, so it can
Six
hit a
is
6 or a 9
block,
for the straight.
though. Yeah.
But Pagao actually has the better low right now.
Chop it up.
Chop it up. Six would have been a very, very interesting card. Because it would have been of the, it would have been, well, it couldn't have been the 6 of spades. 6 of spades dead. 6 of hearts would have been very, very interesting, actually. Because that would have given, obviously, mono, set of 6s plus a live ace low. So that would have been, could have been a spicy, spicy turn card. In fact, it was pretty tame, and it's just going to end up in a chop.
Mono v cremate.
Just a simple raise and take.
Closing in on the last hand of the session.
Yeah, it's been a again, another wild hour. A lot of action, a lot of big all-ins, a lot of big calls, a lot of big hero folds as well. It's had it all. Apart from the eliminations, that is all.
And that'll do it. So a fast-paced level, slowed down a little bit toward the end, but we did have an elimination. So yeah, more or less one elimination per level so far. I am Evar out in 6 during that level for $9,500. 5 players remain. Everyone now guaranteed 12,000. So we're into the 5-figure scores, and let's bring our old friend James Hardigan back into the booth.
Thank you very much, Joe. And just to pick up on something that both of you said, or two different things that you guys said during the last session that I agree with 100%. Mason, you're not wrong. These guys have not been shying away. There have been plenty of action, plenty of big pots, and plenty of potential eliminations, but we've either seen split pots or double ups. And Joe, I agree with you with 100%. This has been incredibly entertaining, and even though it's moving at a slow pace in the sense that after 2.5 hours we've only lost 2 players, it feels like it's moving much quicker. There's never a dull moment. There's always something happening, as there often is in the life of Joe Stapleton. So tell us about the entertainment and action going on right now in the world of Stapes.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you brought this up, James, because I got something in the mail from the United Kingdom yesterday, and I thought maybe we could open it on stream together as long as I have the arm strength to do it and not embarrass myself. You know, there's very few things that I care about in the world of music, right, James?
That's true, actually. I'm not a big music guy.
But every time there's a new Muse album, I got to go for it. This one's called Will of the People.
Wow, and you bought it on vinyl.
Yeah, I spend the extra money to get it on vinyl because, oh, look, and a cassette tape.
Now, I know a lot of people still have record players to play vinyl. Does anyone still have a cassette deck?
It's a double deck tape. A lot of people think analog's the way to go now. Wait, there's supposed to be a CD too. Hold on. I'm probably more likely to have a cassette player than a CD player.
I know there are audio purists who say that vinyl always had a much purer sound than CD. No one thought cassette sounded good ever. Cassette was rubbish technology, both for music and for video, and it needed to die.
It's pretty bad, especially because, like, at least on a record, like, you can pick up the needle and, like, put it to whatever song you want. Like, finding the place you want to go on a cassette or, like, waiting for it to rewind is pretty bad. But, I don't know, there's something kind of kitschy about it, right?
There is, but this is the thing with cassettes, right? And do you remember there was always the Dolby noise reduction button on every cassette deck? Because you put a tape on, and it would just be pure hiss, especially if it was more than like a month old. So, I'll press the Dolby noise reduction button. Goodbye every frequency other than bass. Now it just sounds like I'm listening to music in a toilet.
Yeah, it's... and also, I don't understand this. They sent me 3 copies of the album on cassette. I guess because they wear out so quickly.
Yeah, exactly,
Maybe.
exactly. I'm very glad that you have the new Muse album. Just to be clear, this is the band Muse, M-U-S-E, not the band Muse, M-E-W-Z, who perform many of the tracks on our countdown clock.
Correct. Yes. And so it's the only band I make it a point to buy tickets. And I saw they were playing LA the week of my birthday, and I wasn't sure because it's in October if I was going to be going to EPT London over that time. Turns out not. But I waited too long to buy tickets. They're $750 each after market right now. So I don't think I'll be going. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going.
That's a high price to pay. Jess Alice J says minidisc was better than CD, though I'll die on that hill. Jess, you are not wrong. Minidisc was very widely adopted by the radio industry, just never really cut through to the domestic market. Well, I'm glad you got your new Muse album, Joe, and I'm sure you'll enjoy listening to it on the various old school technology that I hope you've got peppered around your house. Otherwise, you're just going to have to listen on Spotify like normal human beings.
I don't have a Spotify account. I do have to wonder, Mason, have you ever owned a cassette tape or cassette tape player in your life?
I may have not even been born when those were a thing. I was like iPod, LimeWire, iTunes Store, that kind of dealio.
Old technology for
surprised-
Mason. Old technology for Mason is when you had an MP3 player that wasn't built into your phone. That's old school technology for Mason. I tell you what, Pi, you've been doing awesome work this evening. Take a break. We'll see you in an hour. This will still be going, I guarantee it, because we are still five-handed at the final table of the 1K World Championship of PLO8, or PLOB as I like to call it. And Joe, I have to say, you acquitted yourself very well during that last session. You were throwing around all kind of lingo. You were answering questions from the viewers. So carry on. I'll just sit back and let you do it.
Hey, if you want to take over doing the play-by-play on this, because that's pretty tough, too, when there's 4 cards and there's several things changing every time a card comes out.
I have to say, and look, for anyone who is new to this and wants to get better, is trying to learn it and trying to understand basic strategies, it is incredibly hard, as you guys explained before, when it moves at such a swift pace. It is the greatest strength of online poker, how quick it is, how immediate it is. But from a viewer's perspective, it's also one of its drawbacks, where it's like, wait, what happened? Explain that. How did that happen? And it's like, nope, there have been 2 hands since then. Can't think about that.
Yeah, well, the one good thing about that is if I don't understand something, I just get to go, wait, well, I'd love to explain that to you, but unfortunately, we have to move on.
Poor Pi, utterly baffled by what you're opening there. What's that large flat thing? And what are these little things that are like packs of cards? What's that inside it?
So what was kind of annoying is that I don't know if it was the last album, but maybe 2 albums ago, the one with the marching band on it, I ordered the vinyl, and it got held somewhere like in the UK at like a parcel holding location, and it's still there. Like I never got it.
Okay, I have
like
to ask the
$100
question.
for it.
Why do you have to order this from the UK? Muse are a band with international appeal. They must sell the new Muse album in America.
I think they do, but I think because I signed up for like their fan club or whatever, I'm like still considered like a UK customer.
Right, okay. Well, Mono...
As with everything else, James, there's probably an easier way to do it, but...
Yeah.
No, I needed it now.
You needed it now. I need to listen.
Isn't that a Muse lyric? I want it now.
Yes. That is a Muse lyric.
Also, if I go pay $750 a ticket for Muse and they only play stuff off this new album, I might be mad.
To be fair, you've seen them many, many times. But isn't the narrative thread that runs through every trip you make to see Muse that you lose a ton of money? At least
Correct.
On this occasion, the money would actually be going towards the concert rather than on other random stuff on the periphery.
The last one I went to, I thought I was going to get kicked out by the security guard for too much PDA, for too much public display of affection. And he just came over to whisper in my ear that I must be having an awesome time. and it really freaked me out, so we left. We didn't even stay to the end.
Zip up
Full
your
house here.
doodah, put it away.
It
Queens
wasn't quite that bad.
and fives. It's the full house for Gleb Tremsin here. And
Full house versus
raises.
a no good nut flush draw.
Yeah, I guess has running cards for the nut low working in their favor. Nope.
No more. Double paired board. No more low. And you see that Tremsin reins it in a little bit, bet size wise. Reading exactly what we're reading. What could Monopole have now? And gets the call. Monopole
Ooh.
makes the flush.
I mean, it is a flush on a double paired board, which is worthless enough in Hold'em. It's really worthless in Omaha.
Well, I mean, on one hand, I see what you're saying, James, but on the other hand, you can't just have a single card full house here. So just having a queen or just having a 5, you know, you could get a call from the nut flush here.
Really? I guess you're right, but if Mono makes this call, Joe, we are going to lose a player in 5th place. No qualifying low. The ace-high flush, no good. Mono is right to use this time bank. Oh,
Does call.
and we lose Monopo as Gleb Tremsin chips up to 16 million, and Mono cashes out in 5th place for $12,538. The final 4, all guaranteed 16.5K. Tremsin second on the leaderboard, not that far behind Paga now. Diff Sam is the shortest stack, and Tiago Kramer not that much ahead of him.
That's a situation where not knowing high-low that well might have saved somebody because they go, well, it's a double-paired board. There's so many full houses out there.
Yeah.
NB Mike over here says, I remember using a tape recorder to record songs from the radio as low-tech as you could get. Dude, I remember I was going on a field trip to Boston, and there's a song about Boston I really wanted to record and take on the trip with me. So I called the radio station, requested the song, and then listened to the radio station for like 14 and a half hours waiting for them to play it until I finally got it on tape.
Wow.
That's what you guys have to do to hear a song you wanted to hear back in the day, was just wait.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the frustration when they wouldn't play the full song, when the DJ would start talking over it halfway through. It's like, no, let it play.
Or the beginning of it.
Traffic and travel coming up at quarter to the hour.
Yeah.
And then we got the topical quiz just around the corner after this great hit from the Pat Shop Boys.
I love that dirty water. Raksha wants to know if you ever talked over the songs when you worked in radio, James.
Only because they made me.
You have to, right? Yeah.
You have to, yeah. Well, the problem is you're not meant to have any dry air, which is to say you're not meant to be speaking over silence. There must always be something in the background. So you have to use the musical intros to songs and the fade-outs of songs. And as soon as a song is like almost fading out to silent, you've got to start the next one. There's always got to be music playing. Oh, commercial radio, I don't miss you.
It's only gotten worse, by the way.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. I kind of feel that I look back at my time in the industry as being the glory days.
But you missed the era where you would get paid off to play certain songs, huh? You missed the payola phase?
Oh, yeah. The days of when DJs chose the music themselves or had that kind of power and influence, they were long gone by the time I came into the industry. I mean, look, I came into the digital age where it was all computerized, but you still had control over it. Now, so many of these stations are automated. So many of these stations aren't even live. They use voice tracking to record a series of links, and then the computer just runs everything automatically. And of course, everything's now networked. You know, all of these local stations are all coming from the same computer server in London with just local programming at peak time.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
It is. I mean, I remember the music station I worked for in London had all of these signs as well to motivate the DJs, like, you know, to try and make them understand that they had to be concise. So, you know, if you want to ramble, go outside and take a hike.
We got a hand here.
We do indeed.
Top pair. No, flush draw. Some backdoor low possibilities versus 3 pair.
2 pair for Diffsam, and it's all in. And now has the full house and a lock on it. The flush draw no good, and that is going to see Diffsam up to 6.9 million, leaving Thiago Creamer pretty short.
All right, a hand that has some potential. Probably going to get it in here. Ace deuce
Brazil versus
Not a
Brazil.
low possible.
It's over. Another elimination as Thiago Creamer, a 2-time WCOOP winner, bows out in 4th place for 16.5 grand as his fellow countryman Bellarmino de Souza increases his chip lead.
Got a set of 5s here. And ace 5 for low now. No low possible for Diffsam. You can see those equities. 2.5% of this pot belongs to Diffsam. So a pretty good low now too, with this deuce on the river. I don't think we're going to see a call though. Nope. So Diffsam's in some big trouble right now.
Yeah.
But I guess the good news is there's not as much ICM with these two players having such a big lead.
I mean, Diffsam still has a 20 big blind stack. Granted, however, Diffsam trails the other two by a significant amount. So three-handed action moving quite swiftly at the final table of this World Championship event. This has been, this week is our trilogy of World Championships. Yesterday we had the 6-max no-limit hold'em that was won by Sergio Aido. We'll crown the champion of PLO8 tonight, and then we got the heads-up tomorrow. And again, just to recap what we were talking about yesterday, we will not come back with a final table per se. We will come back with the final 4 players. So we'll have the semi-finals, which will be played simultaneously. So we'll be having to dance between 2 tables, and then we'll have the last 2 matching up, playing to a winner. And in terms of how long it's going to take, Joe, it is a little bit how long's a piece of string, right? Heads up could be one hand, or you could get deep into the structure of what is effectively a heads up sit and go.
I have covered quite a few heads up matches in my time, not including the ones that we get to heads up naturally and organically.
Yes.
And I have never seen a short one.
Yeah. Yeah. Worth highlighting that it's one and done, by the way. It's not like the best of 5.
It's not okay. By the way, this is pretty wild.
This is a double street flash hand.
2 players with steel wheel draws.
Incredible.
No steel wheel. Just the low flush.
And this, if it gets to showdown, will be split. And
One
we
high?
hit the 175,000, 350,000 blind level. And Gleb Tremsin gets dealt the hand no one wants, trips.
Yeah, trips no low. Does have the suited ace king, so that's something. And obviously with the blockers here, you can assume that you might have enough of the aces covered that no one can call you pre-flop. But it's top pair, top kicker, and the nut low draw
Yeah.
for Paga. That is not super helpful. Ace of hearts for Tremsin.
Johnny Fingers asks, why ace, ace, ace not good? Because, Johnny, in any form of Omaha, you can only ever play 2 of the cards in your hand. You have to combine any 2 with any 3 from the board. It's not like Hold'em, where you can mix and match.
Some strong hands here.
Absolutely.
Paga with certainly a decent enough hand to open, but yeah, it's going to go re-raise, and Tremsin is kind of in a weird spot with this one now. Double suited, some good lows.
How low can you
No
go?
real high, though, yeah. Big one for Diff. So we don't know a ton about Diff Sam, huh? Just Bulgaria?
Yeah. 470k in total PokerStars earnings. The one amusing conversation I had with Mason earlier on is that when Diff Sam made a WCOOP final table back in 2010, Mason Pye was 14 years old.
Oh.
I have to say, I've been very impressed by the play of Bellarmino de Souza. Didn't realize that this player already had a couple of WCOOPs coming into this final table until the start of the day. And no surprise that both those titles are in Pot Limit Omaha. Last year, in the 2021 series, took down the 1K 5-card PLO8 6-max, and then won the PLO8 6-max with 4 cards.
Ooh, boy. What a flop here.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 pair for TI. Ace 5 for the wheel now. Ace 5
Yeah.
for Pagao. So
Now,
they're gonna chop the high. Yeah, they're going to chop the high and the low, James.
this, as far as I'm concerned, qualifies. This is a genuine chop, Joe.
I agree.
So it'll be interesting to see how many chips go in here, but they're all going back in the direction of the player they came from, because on this occasion, the 50-50 is a legitimate chop.
You're right, Webb. The 6 on the river would have been nasty.
So, Joe, a legitimate chop pot. You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
a chop pot.
No. No.
Oh, 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yikes. Well, let's focus on the poker.
Quick,
Was
someone
I
do
late or
something.
early? I just need to know.
I mean, I don't understand how you can ever be late, right? Because your instruction is to go as soon as you hear me say, you know what they say, you go. So it's me not waiting long enough. Or...
Oh, no,
or,
I definitely wait.
why are you waiting, you fool? I'm the one who waits because I'm the one who has the delay.
I'm sorry.
The fact that Maria Ho did better than you yesterday speaks volumes.
Tom
Volumes,
says Joe
Joseph.
was 2 seconds late. Okay, now I know.
Maybe I should do accounting.
Hey, maybe we should just start at the same time.
Oh, keep the advice coming.
All right, we got a jack on the turn, an 8 on the flop. Some ways to make a straight. Diamonds.
Jacks and 8s right now for Gleb Tremzin. Betting 822, gets the call. And this is going to be scooped by Paga. He's closing in on the 25 million mark now. There is significant distance between Bellarmino, D'Souza and Gleb Tremzin. And then you've got Diffsam bringing up the rear with now a sub 20 big blind stack. Wilmer says yes, TO373 is good. We know Gleb Tremzin. We know him from the live circuit. We know him from his final table in EPT Prague in 2015. And of course, we know that he has not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 WCOOPs, one between 2012 and 2019.
Eight, 9, 10, 6, 7 is a straight.
That's a straight.
The low end.
It is a straight. It is most definitely a straight.
Got just a jack firing here. And a raise with top pair, top kicker. Well timed. You don't see a lot of flop raises with just top pair in this game.
Connor asks, is Mason Pye still in? Connor, if you are legitimately asking if Mason is still a part of the broadcast, the answer is yes. Mason's just taking a break. He will be back soon. I mean, we have seen 2 eliminations in the last 30 minutes, but I still think there is some way to go before we have a champion, even if we were, by some miracle, to get heads up before the next break. Oh, it's a good theory, Brian. Has Mason been cranking?
Full house, Diff Sam, and a low for TI. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
When you say TI, I cannot help but think of the musical artiste. The one who appeared on that
I can't help but think of a graphing calculator, which I think is why he picked it.
Right. The one who appeared on that Justin Timberlake record, talking about how he's referred to as Candle Guy, presumably because of the size of a certain part of his anatomy.
Huh.
I believe My Love was the song in question.
When I think of candles, I think of birthday candles. Not really something I want to be compared to. Unless you're talking about my pinky. Anywho. How many pairs is this for Diff Sam? We got a queen, and a 7, and a 3.
Yeah. 3-pair definitely doesn't play in this game. I will let you rewrite the rules of Hold'em, but no. Not this one.
I don't know this game well enough.
Don't take a game that we've already established is overcomplicated and complicate it even further.
Yeah, no, not going to do it. So Diff Sam slipping here a little bit.
Yeah, and the blinds will be going up in just shy of 20 minutes. And that will put Diff Sam very much into the danger zone. I need to look up the actual lyrics. It's really bothering me. Sorry. My love.
You're looking up TI lyrics?
Yeah, well, specifically, it's the rap that appears in the middle of that song.
The rap is obsolete.
For lunch?
Okay. Pair of sevens bluffs at this.
They
The
call me
nines are
Candle
full.
Guy simply because I am on fire. Okay, so it's not about his... I hate to cancel my vacation, so you can't deny. I'm patient, but I ain't gonna try. You don't come, I ain't gonna die. Hold up, what you mean you can't go? Why?
I'm glad it turned out not to be that. I feel like a candle's a terrible comparison there. They shrink as their lifespan increases. They're waxy. They go out easily. I feel like there's better comparisons. More flattering, at least. T.I. getting a little out of line.
Now,
Does
get
not
lucky,
get
I'm with
full.
you. I refer to Gleb Tremsin as T.O. rather than T.I. However, just because Gleb Tremsin is playing from Mexico, he is 100% not Mexican. And this is not in any way, the screen name, a reference to the Spanish word for uncle.
T.O. does make sense. I just have a hard time with it since it's T.I. 0.
Yeah, I know.
Wow. Here we go. Not quite Street Flash, but a fun little flop.
Close enough.
Oh, wait, it is. There's Street Flash.
I think that might be my favorite animation of all time. Because next time it plays, just focus on Griffin. It's just adorable.
Griffin in general is pretty adorable. So
I'm
I'm
kind
say
of-
Jacks are ahead for now, but are still
Yeah.
ahead. No
And
low,
Diff
though.
Sam needs this pot because Diff Sam is just like being chipped away at right now, and I am concerned about Diff Sam's long-term survival prospects.
Well, Diff Sam will be surviving this hand.
Hovering around the 10 big blind mark. We are at the 175, 350 blind level right now.
Original Muffin says, don't worry, Diff Sam can still split many, many pots, as we've just seen.
Yes. Many, many pots. Tremsin versus D'Souza. Flush draw for D'Souza, but
Ooh. But another flush draw emerges.
indeed it does. The spade draw for Tremsin. But it's going to be a pair of tens with no qualifying low that's going to win this
No.
pot.
There's a low.
Of course. A scoop.
Just a
for
just a
Gleb.
better one, yeah. Definitely not one you want to count on winning.
No.
Oh, 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 oh!
All in
This
and a
gets in it
call.
with the 8.
And it's no good. And we are now heads up, and the stacks are pretty even. First of all, let's salute Difsam from Bulgaria, who just cashed out in third place for $21,567. But it is probably the two most accomplished and most decorated players who end up heads up in this World Championship of PLO8. It is the Brazilian Belamino de Souza versus Gleb Tremzin, both playing for their next WCOOP title. De Souza already has 2, Tremzin has 4, and yeah, De Souza with the chip advantage right now, but Tremzin pretty close.
Tio's got this one locked up, even has the, yeah. One Get Lucky B says, Paga o velhinho means pay the old man in Portuguese. How do you say that's the 20th time we've heard this today in Portuguese?
There have been more people telling us that than there have been people making references to your facial hair. By the way, the stacks are pretty much evens, Stevens.
Even Stevens. Got the 8 and the hearts here for Tio. There's the heart. The 7-4 for low on the other side.
Exactly. So another pot that will be divided equally between the two remaining players.
Esta é 20ª vez que alguém conta isso para nós.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Egno. 5, 3, 6. That's a set of 6s. 7 deuce for low.
I mean, with 80% of these pots resulting in the chips going back to the respective players, this could take a while.
And they seem pretty deep, too. No antes in this game.
No, it's true.
Have we ever done high-low before? We must have, right?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm not sure we have. The only Omaha streams we've done before have been Omaha High.
I thought we've discussed whether or not we'd be singing during high-low another time. I feel like
I think we've dropped in on PLO8 events during breaks where we've shown like 3 or 4 minutes, but we've never covered a final table from start to finish. This is the first time. And I'm not averse to doing it again, but I do feel that it does need to be an event of some import. And with this one being the World Championship of this variant, it feels that that's why we would cover it. Okay, I'm liking Tremzin's hand, and I can imagine, wow, Paga not going to play Jacks and 8s. Johnny Fingers says, get the coffee on. It's going to be a long night.
Queens.
Queens?
Yep. Diamonds for TO. doesn't do much here.
And we're not going to see a low on this particular hand. So really, Tremsin's best hope is the diamond. Nope.
Seems like a pretty easy fold unless you're going to make some kind of whack move. Where's the whack move?
Okay. Question,
So I
will
guess
this
with the-
work? It
Yeah,
does.
there you go. With the jacks, I
Gleb
guess you can
Tremsin
rep ace-jack.
now has the chip advantage. Is back in the catbird seat.
Not getting a fold here either. Diamonds a 10 straight. And Pago with the only low possible. So these queens are going to hold.
Yeah.
Oh, Tremsin
Gets
pays
paid
it off.
Slightly optimistic call. And we see a reversal. And now it's Paga back in control. 26 million playing at 20 million. With blinds going up in 7 minutes' time.
Well, this is fun. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so straight down there. 3, 4 is a better low. And folds.
Doesn't matter. Next hand.
I do get tripped up sometimes when it's like multiple pairs on board and then like a straight card comes out.
Okay, got a bit
Amongst
of
other things.
pre-flop button clicking going on here. And the diamond draw for Bellarmino D'Souza. Just some stats on D'Souza. $1.2 million in PokerStars earnings, $220K in live earnings. Has attended all 3 EPTs this year. Was in Prague, Monte Carlo, and Barcelona. Referenced that his 2 WCOOP wins both came last year in PLO8 events. And then we have Gleb Tremsin. $8 million in stars earnings, 1.6 in live cashes. Second place finisher in the EPT Prague main event in 2015. 4 WCOOP titles, all in Hold'em events. The most recent was in 2019, a $250 rebuy.
Easily amongst my top 10 favorite Mexican players. Top pair and the flush draw for Gleb. Pago with a slightly better low. No low possible now.
And this is all Tremsin.
Gonna get a free showdown, yep. And we're back to evens, Stevens. Just the energy required to constantly figure out who's got what is exhausting and announce it. Everything changes so much with every community card that's dealt out.
Everything changes but you, Joe.
Yeah, right. Jacks and threes. Easy. Easy.
And not a lot for Paga to get excited about. Wins the next one, though. Still even stacks as this heads-up battle continues. Playing for a difference of $9,000 in prize money. With the stacks as they are, doesn't seem to be any attempt by either player to negotiate a deal.
No. And I think that on the one hand, you would look at like, oh, they have even stacks. Maybe they want to talk about a deal, and that makes sense. On the other hand, they're super, super deep. So if you think you have an edge, it's not like you have even stacks and you're 25, 30 big blinds deep. They have even stacks and they're what? Like, you know, more than that, I'll just say.
Well, I mean, in 3 minutes, we'll be at kind of 50 big blind stacks. More analysis.
That's been cool having Tobias Lekness in the chat. And
I was going to say
see him win. Yeah.
Absolutely. More analysis from Senkel92. I think it's very cool to see these guys working out how to play heads up in this game. In Hold'em, you can get charts. In this game, you got to figure it out yourself.
A light lead now for Tremzen.
Hearts?
No. Jack 7, though.
No. That'll do.
One of the things I do like about this game is if it comes monotone like that, you don't have to worry about the fourth heart coming out. Like, they either have the flush already or they don't.
Or they don't, yeah.
That's something that's always frustrating, right? When you're playing Hold'em and it's a 4 flush board and you're like, oh, man. Ugh. Case 5. This is quads, right, guys? Right?
Efka says, guys, will there be a stream for the 2K tournament Lex is currently in? Yeah, Lex is streaming it.
Thank you for your question.
But yes, our focus for this series is primarily the World Championship events. Lex taking care of business and taking care of his own stream, as we do see some potential for some fireworks here. Wow. Tremzen folds pre. Yeah, I kind of thought that was going to be something too.
Original Muffin says it's actually a rule in live games to announce quads before tabling pocket trips. I could see that. I got 2 pair, 5s and 5s.
Egno asks, does this get recorded somewhere? I want to study this to try to understand the game. The VOD, as the kids call it, lives on this channel. Whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch, the stream will be archived and is available as a video for you to replay at your leisure.
I thought you were a leisure guy.
I deliberately mispronounced it just to placate the Americans. Bear in mind that I upset an American earlier on who doesn't like the fact that we have the World Championship of online poker that excludes the United States of America.
Ah, boo-hoo. The way you can look at it is, if Americans were really good enough to be champion of the world, they would have left the country to pursue that dream at this point. This straight getting piled in. Feels like a fold. For
It
pair.
feels like a fold to me.
It is a fold.
And the blinds are now 200,000, 400,000. So yes, Gleb Trem's in the effective stack with 50 big blinds. Would you say now is when the real poker is getting underway, Joe?
Now's definitely when the real poker starts.
Yes. Mirrorman, that's the exact comment I made to the viewer in question. I actually was quite apoplectic with rage that a country that has America-only contests that it classes as world championships had the gall to complain about America not being able to participate, especially as it's not our decision to exclude the USA.
Especially because Gaul is one of the many countries we don't allow into our World Series.
I always, you know,
Tremsen's
obviously,
turn with a straight.
you know, I'm an NFL fan, but the winner of the Super Bowl is the winner of the Super Bowl. To call them the world champions is just taking the piss.
Do you really think that there is a football team anywhere else in the world that could beat the American Super Bowl champions?
Probably not, but it's not like the competition is open to any team that's not in the USA. At least baseball and ice hockey let Canada in.
You guys are going to get a London team someday. And this would be quite the call from Pagao.
When you call it, wow,
Oh,
does
my
make the
goodness.
call. That changes the dynamic substantially. Because this is the first time during this heads-up battle that we have had an overwhelming chip leader, and that chip leader right now is Gleb Tremsin. 35 million playing 11 million.
My goodness. I did not see that coming at all.
No, I was more distracted about the fact that occasionally it sounds like you're calling this player Pygao.
Yeah, well, they almost had a Pygao on that hand.
I know, a total Bagolino.
And they try to bluff that one, and Tremsen says, no, thank you.
Wow. So now we see D'Souza drop below the 10 million mark.
Trips here. That one gets through. He's deuce for TO.
Yeah. A decent starting hand, but also very much momentum. Aces and deuces. The diamond draw. It's
Wow.
another street flash board. Look at Griffin's face.
That's very
He's
Griffin-y.
a special boy. He's a special boy. Oh, wow. It all
Oh,
goes
we're
in.
piling it in.
And it's going to be a split.
Jab it up. 3-1 chip lead right now, though, for TO. Diamond on the turn hits nobody. The queen does. But it's the king on the river that makes the high hand winner.
Yep.
No
We're
low
harbing
available.
kind of low here. And are we going to get another ill-timed bluff
Or
from
ill-timed
Paga?
hero call with one pair.
Ah. No.
Neither. This pot seems ripe for a bet from Pagao. No. No semi-bluff. And TI catches a pair, has all kinds of draws now, straight draws.
So Gleb Tremsin keeping up the advantage right now. 37 million playing 7 million. An ace on the flop for Paga. And Tremsin.
Yeah, it's not a fun turn for Pagao's hand.
Gets called.
It does eventually make a low. And has the high locked up too. Pair of
Yep.
aces.
And Tremsin bluffs at this, almost full pot.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
And
Not
this
gonna work
is
with the
going to
nut
be
low.
almost a full double up if Paga can find a call here.
I mean, I guess the only thing you're worried about is getting quartered here. Yeah, not a call.
Okay,
Just a
still a
shove.
2-to-1. Still a 2-to-1 advantage for Tremsin, but Paga at the start of a potential comeback. However, a set of 8s for Tio.
Sankel says you don't get to do bluffs like that in this game.
Sounds like something Bruce Forsyth would say. You can't bluff like that. Not in this game.
All right, so 2 pair for Pagao. Pretty good low for Tio. Does elect to fold it. Queens versus
Queens.
Kings.
Versus Kings.
5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have to
Club
count even
draw.
more in this game.
There's a whole lot of counting going on. Queens again.
Nice.
Oh. Just a set. Straight draw for Paga.
Better low, too.
Correct. But are we going to get beyond the flop? We do. $1.2 million the bet from Tremsin on the turn, and then the fold.
Yeah, 6 is not a good card. It does not help your high hand. Hurts your low hand.
Yeah. Johnny, that was not a reference to Bullseye. It was a reference to Bruce Forsyth's Play Your Cards Right, where you get nothing for a pair, not in this game. I'm the leader of the pack that makes me such a jolly jack, and here they are. They're so appealing. Okay, dollies, do your dealing. I appreciate that was grossly inappropriate, and it was a show of the 80s and 90s, and you could never get away with that now.
Wasn't he also in Toast of London?
I don't believe it. I believe it was an impersonator. I don't think the real Bruce Forsyth appeared in Toast of London. Unlike the real John Hamm, who did make an appearance in Toast of London.
Pretty. Ooh, what a float there from Pagao. Not really sure what they're aiming for, except to maybe try to muscle this pot. Yeah, okay, full pot on the river, and does get it through.
Ah, yes. Thank you, your band. Johnny's confusion was about Jim Bowen telling you in Bullseye, stay out of the black and in the red, nothing in this game for two in a bed. Very different concept. Didn't involve playing cards, involved darts and speedboats.
What about a helicopter?
No, you couldn't win a helicopter. The budget didn't stretch that far.
I thought you would get picked up in a helicopter.
That's treasure hunt.
Oh.
And to the mercy of the audience, this conversation can come to a conclusion because the tournament is now on break. And we are heads up in the 1K World Championship of PLO8. Two players remain, Gleb Tremzin and Bellarmino de Souza. It is Mexico versus Brazil. And it is Gleb Tremzin with the advantage right now. 31.9 million, plays 14.5 million. 5 minutes max on this break, and then we'll be back to the action. And Mason Pye is back in the mix. We kind of decided to change the tempo a little bit, Mason. We kind of got bored just losing one player per hour, so we figured while you're on break, let's get things to heads up.
Exactly. I felt like I spent a lot of that break cranking away, hence why we're now heads up. Yeah, I mean, it was about time. Literally one elimination per hour, but we finally got heads up, and I'm looking forward to see how this one ends.
Yeah, it was my amateurish analysis that concluded it's probably the two best players and certainly the most accomplished and the most decorated who've made it heads up. We've seen, I think, more creative plays, which is often used as a euphemism. I guess moves that we can't quite explain, more head-scratchy moves from Tremzin, but they've worked out for him because he currently has the 2-1 chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, they've both played fantastic. Been really impressed with those two. The fact that TI has actually managed to get heads up, considering the chip distribution, is very impressive, especially with having Pagao to the left, really maneuvered that chip stack very well to get heads up. Yeah, and PLO8 is a very, very swingy game. This could go either way. You know, we've seen it be even Stevens for quite the vast majority of this heads-up match, and now TI has got the slight lead now. Let's just see how this one plays out.
I know it's very difficult to draw kind of generalizations. Heads-up battles in PLO8, do they tend to be quite long drawn out?
Yes. I even alluded to this at the start of the stream.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, it took quite a while to get some eliminations, and now a few have gone out in this hour, so that leaves quite the battle heads up, and, you know, this can really go either way, and just the split pot nature, and we've seen it throughout this whole tournament, you know, pots being split. Despite them being mastered in a lot of all-in situations, the majority of the time it has been split, so I'm sure that theme will continue into heads up.
Yeah. Joe, do you have a bold prediction to make about the potential outcome of this event?
Not really a bold prediction, but if we look at the fact that Gleb Tremzin has a 2-1 chip lead right now, we've seen him in a high-profile runner-up finish before in Prague. No offense to de Souza, but, you know, it would be nice to see Tremzin lift the E trophy in this particular case, given the way the heads-up has gone so far and the fact that we saw him with a near miss in Prague 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, I guess my bold prediction would be to say I favor the underdog here. And I think because even though Tremzin has the dominant stack, to echo your point, Mason, de Souza is not short stacked. And I think de Souza is going to get back into this game. And I think de Souza probably will emerge victorious. Watch as Tremsin wins it in 2 hands now. But I just have a feeling, based on how they've been playing, I just think the consistency is there. And again, this past results don't mean anything when it comes to this particular heads up. But the fact that both of D'Souza's WCOOP wins are already in PLO8, I kind of feel that this is his game. And I feel, I don't know why, that this is probably his tournament to win, even though he's got to overcome that deficit right now. But as we've seen, it can change quite quickly, Mason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have experience in winning these PLO8 tournaments, and I'd imagine, you know, it's very tough to get heads up in any kind of tournament, but having those 2 past experiences in PLO8 tournaments means they surely are the favorite or have the slight edge here in this heads up battle.
Yeah. Astute analysis here from MB Mike, who says, not sure how the name football originated in England, but when it comes over here, it's renamed soccer, and the football name is given to a totally unrelated sport. Mike, thank you for your comment. We're going to head back to the final table because heads-up action is about to resume. Mr. Stapleton will take his contracted hot dog break. That guy needs his sausage. And we are underway again.
Yeah, overwhelmed. Well, 2-1 chip lead. But as I said, you know, swings and roundabouts, this game really does throw the span in the works usually. It is not over by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. And ranges are going to widen up so much just given we're heads up. And in any game, when you're heads up, ranges widen a lot. So what's going to be really, really interesting is when the board runs out very high as opposed to low.
Yeah.
So really what we're looking for here to see the conclusion of this tournament is probably a 3 high, 2 low kind of board, or maybe like a 2 low, 1 high, and the board runs out high, and we may see some bluffs, some hero calls. I feel like that's how this tournament is going to end.
Tremsin increasing his chip advantage. And a reminder that we are at the 200-400 blind level with blinds going up in 17 minutes time.
Yeah, I think heads up, we are going to be seeing a lot of limping as well. Obviously, there are no antes in this game, which does change things quite considerably. But just given how close equities run heads up, especially in this game, we're going to just see a lot of limping. And I think the big decision will be made post-flop.
Well, it's Broadway for Tremsin, who also has...
Yeah, has the low, has the 7, the 6 from their hand, the 4 from their hand, the 3 and the 8, yes.
I was staring at the 6-3 at Paga and going, no, you idiot, there's a 3 on the board,
Yeah.
That's a pair.
Yeah, don't want to be making... Well, I mean, pairs are fine, but in terms of making the low, it's not going to be great. As we see, Queen, Queen, 6 deuce, which is pretty reasonable, but up against a really, really nice hand of TI here with the Ace, Jack, 4 and a deuce, and it's top set for Pagao. And then we have the nut low draw. We do have a gutter board to a straight here as well. The 5 would be a really, really nice card here for TI. Pagao really hoping for a high card on this turn. And we're praying no low card. No connecting low card either. And that's really, really nice. Still has the nuts. TI catches a pair of jacks to go with an uncounterfeitable nut low draw now. So if a deuce were to come, they'll still have the nut low with the ace 4. Still calls it. Runs out high. But it does bring in the flush. That is some slight concern for Pagao. Might elect to check and give TI an opportunity to bluff maybe with the ace of diamonds blocker with the miss low, but doesn't. It goes check, check.
Tremsin still with near enough a 2-1 advantage as we play on.
Yeah, and they're coming into this heads-up match around... I mean, Pagao's got around like 30 bigs. I mean, it's still plenty to work with. I believe it was Senkel alluding to maybe it would end at this blind level, or maybe the next one, perhaps.
I think Senkel said it would at the 500k blind level was his prediction. with a less than 5% chance it would go beyond the 600k blind level. So realistically, in the next hour and 15 minutes, we should have a result.
Wow, big flop here for TI. And now it's just most likely going to end up in a chop, but
there is street flash potential.
there is.
Annoying that you're blocking that draw, though, with the 7 of diamonds.
True, but there's always a chance. It kind of feels like a straight flush. No, it's not.
Nah.
But TI obviously just going to go full send, absolutely, here with the boat. And Pagao making the call there with the low and the flush. Would have been interesting if that didn't come in there, how Pagao would have responded. But that's a fantastic flop for them now. Trip deuces.
Absolutely. Facing a bet of 600,000. And raises it, gets the fold from the queens.
I think it's going to be really important to take note of what kind of hands these players are limping as opposed to raising. See if we can find a considerable distinction between the two. As you see, TI raised with this hand and decided to limp with like an ace-x hand. Pagao applying the pressure with the low immediately on that board. Picking
and
up some...
he's drawing almost even again, getting back in the mix.
Yeah, really nice start to this after the break here for Pagao. Just chipping up nicely. Ace-6-8 deuce on a king-queen-5 board, 2 clubs. Not really anything for TI, but that is top pair for Pagao. And now it's impossible to make a low with that jack of spades turn. And 9 of clubs completes a lot of things here. And TI doesn't elect to bluff, so it is just going to go check, and that gap is getting ever so narrow now. That chip lead almost vanished.
Ooh,
great turn here for TI. Yeah, I love that. And also has some straight draws and low possibilities. Ideally, they don't want that low card to roll off unless, you know, it's the 3. But even the 3 will bring in the low, so we're just happy taking that down. And it's much needed after Pagao was slightly chipping up.
Yeah.
Just a nice little morale booster. Wow, flop to flush. Oh, middle set here for Pagao. Does go check on this board. And TI betting 3/4 pot, and the board pairs on the end.
Tio gets rivered.
I mean, we do block some boats with the king, and we don't have the nut flush. But we are going to go for value, and yeah, we are going to go for value. It's hard. What kind of hands? I mean, yes, some small flushes that do check back on the flop, and we've got to go for the raise here. And TI.
I mean, what do you do now?
Yeah, I know. It's just a fold. I mean, when your opponent checks back that board, they're going to have some 2 pairs. Oh, I just made the call! Wow! Yeah, it's a complete bluff catcher at that point. Complete bluff catcher. Wow. Now, Pagao's taken the lead here in this heads-up match.
I had no inside information. I predicted this was going to happen. My gut instinct is that Pagao was going to take control of this heads-up battle, and now I predict that Pagao is going to close this out.
Yeah, has the experience with the previous PLO8 titles.
Yeah.
Do we know how much of a PLO8 background TI has? Are they mainly a Hold'em player?
I mean, all I know is that all of Gleb Tremsen's previous WCOOPs have come in No Limit Hold'em events, whereas both of Bellarmino de Souza's wins, both of which were last year, were in PLO8, 5-card and 4-card.
Incredible. I mean, both very good players, but you just have to favor Pagao here with just the experience, being in this situation twice before, and now has a slight lead.
The other thing that Bellarmino de Souza has working for him is Brazil. That flag gives you some kind of godlike power that almost guarantees victory.
It's almost an unfair advantage, right? It's almost as if they'd already won.
Yeah. I still can't quite get over the conversation we had with Howard yesterday, because on Wednesday of last week, which is the last time we checked in with Howard, Brazil only had 5 wins. And it's almost like, what's happened to the Brazilians? And then suddenly they came alive, and between Wednesday and Monday night, they won 10 titles on Thursday. They won 7 titles on Saturday, 3 on Saturday. Next, they're up to 25 now.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, they're fantastic. It just, every single series, they just absolutely smash the leaderboards.
Yeah.
They absolutely smash, the number of players winning coops. It's incredible. An interesting stat, though, this was done over this year's scoop, that if you just removed all of the Hold'em in a series, I believe that the Norwegians would be at the top as well.
Yes.
Which is absolutely incredible. Obviously, you got no Norwegians in this heads-up battle, but I believe Senkel can confirm or deny. But just removing the Hold'em and you just have the mixed games, I believe Norway is near the top, which is an interesting stat. But I believe those from the UK are doing all right this year as well. Well, so far, at least. But we probably know how it's going to end.
I think 11 titles for the UK in second place, so trailing Brazil by some margin. But, again, we do have the advantage, Mason. I'm not saying there aren't some excellent British players, but we do also have the advantage of playing home to a lot of exiles.
Yeah. In a high leaderboard for mixed games during Scoop, we would have been third and fourth. Incredible.
This might be one of my favourite comments of the night. Homie DV says, I'm in Brazil. I don't have a WCOOP title. I get bullied like crazy.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Oh, dear me. Don't worry, mate. Your time will come. It's almost inevitable at this point. And we got TI here with the straight, the low. But it's Pago with the highest straight, 9-5.
Yeah. And now it's Paga, by the way, closing in on the 2-1 chip advantage.
Yeah. And Paga still with the best hand here. TI picking up a pair of 7s. That means it's impossible for them to make a low now, but still has a lot of high outs on the river, and that's one of them. The repeat 7 on the river, giving them trips. Do we want to lead, or do we want to check and induce a bluff, perhaps? And goes for the former option. On a third pot-size bet. In Pagal's shoes, you really don't want to have a 10 and 9 in your hand. You don't really want to have the ace of spades in your hand. Still makes the call, though. You really want your opponent to have those cards to fire off bluffs with. But they do pick up a nice consolation prize with these 2 aces. And interestingly enough, they just elect to flat.
I was surprised not to see a re-raise there. I'm thinking, oh, that's probably the right way to play it. But interesting that you have the same thought.
Yeah, well, maybe it's because they want to pounce on the flop. And it's a really good card for them as well. Not bringing in the low, not bringing in any obvious straight. Yes, 8-7 could be a thing, but I'd imagine TI is not going to go too crazy with 8-7 on the flop unless they had some kind of low potential to go with it. So yeah, maybe they flatted pre there with the intention of what they did actually do to raise this board, hoping for a high card on the turn. It does check to TI once again. TI does fire. Now, how does Pag play this? And just folds. Wow, that was a really interesting way of playing that hand. So yeah, I would have...
Look where we are.
Oh yeah, we're back to even Stevens.
We are indeed.
Yeah, that was a really weird way to play the aces. I'd imagine, and I would have definitely re-raised pre-flop. Almost like a really good card for them on the turn as well. Not bringing in the low, but there we go.
Thank you to Tobias for the update, doing his own little Howard Swains. Talking about Norwegians and mixed games, the Norwegian player Holter Killer just took down the 1K stud 8. Denying Adrenaline his 10th WCOOP. That is huge.
Wow.
Adrenaline, the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, 5 titles in one series is... We will never even get close to that again. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think honestly up there with one of the greatest like online feats. It's definitely up there with What If God as well, going back to back. Adrenaline 5 titles in one series, you know, these things... they'll never be seen again, honestly. It's utterly incredible. I don't know how many disciplines Adrenaline did win, but I'd imagine because they are a mixed games connoisseur, that they had probably won a WCOOP in at least 3, maybe 4 different disciplines out of those 5. All right, well, a little piece for everyone here. Hence why the equities are so close. We got top 2 here for TI. Tiger here with the nut low. And that's a great turn.
Amazing.
That is now top pair with the nut flush draw and the nut low. We might see, we've got to just see a massive bet here. Yeah, absolutely. Putting pressure on 8s and 6s, who still call. And yes, it's 50-50. But Pagao is certainly going to go all in here and really put pressure on 8s and 6s.
Oh, wow.
And this is going to be a really tough call. Really tough call. I mean, we don't have a low, James. We only have 8s and 6s. There is a flush on the end. Yes, you block the straight, but you don't block any clubs. And no wonder they're taking so long about it. This is extremely, extremely tough.
Yeah, use that time back.
Yeah, your only hope is that they are just like going nuts here with the nut low. And yeah, understandably, he makes the fold. That's a huge pot.
Absolutely, and a huge Paga chip advantage now for Paga, who is back in action.
Yeah, and for those people watching this game, that is just the power of having the nut low. You can force out better high hands for you to scoop the whole thing. It really is an OP move.
Diamond draw now for Paga. Set of 3s still good for Tio.
Whoa!
Who's all in and scoops.
Oh,
and that chip advantage that Paga had has just disappeared.
And just like that, we're back to nearly even Stevens. As I was saying earlier, James, you know, it's just one hand. Such a swingy game. And that huge chip advantage diminished. Sliced.
Yeah.
Back to nearly even Stevens. But yeah, going back to that hand, those of you wanting to get into 08, you just see that hand that Paga played there against TI, making that best high hand to fold. That is the reason why you should play those low hands. Get that nut low, have some equity for the high, and you can just go full send and try and make your opponent fold the better high hands. And it was a perfect textbook example there from Paga.
Okay, we've got top 2 here for Gleb Tremsin. And the nut low draw, which bets nearly 4 million.
Wow.
And bricks it.
Yeah, this is a mixed game, but there is nothing for 3 pair. And does Paga
Bluffs it.
does bluff it. I'm
Gets
just not
pretty
sure it's
much
the right
snap called.
side though.
And momentum changes, and this is basically where we started the session half an hour ago. The 2-1 chip lead for Tio.
Yeah. Now wants to try and gain a little bit of momentum back with the aces. Wow, in the space of 3 hands, we were even. Paga had the chip lead, then we're even, and now Ti has the chip lead.
Hard to keep up. Nut flush draw
Really
for
is.
Gleb Tremsin. 1.5, half pot bet.
Yeah, we have just a lot of equity on this board. Nut flush draw. We got the ace-4 low draw. Don't need to price our opponent out. We'll just take it down. Back over 30 million.
Should point out, blinds are now 250,000, 500,000.
Yeah.
So this is the level it's meant to end, according to mixed games expert Senkel92. Inside of the next 30 minutes, will we have a champion? If we don't, for every minute we go into the next level, we are going to take away one of Tobias's WCOOP titles.
Give one to me. Me and Senkel played heads up in Scoop for a Stud 8 title. He stole that one off me. Let me have that one back, Senkel, please. Ooh, looks like a really big flop here for TI. However, the fact that there is no low available for them makes this a little bit of a problem, but they still do raise. They're going to get it in. This is going to end up in a chop.
Split that pot.
Split that pot, James. I think this is going to be the theme of the heads up. We're going to, especially when someone has a big chip lead like this, we're going to see a lot of all-ins and a lot of chops.
We
That's
did
just
have
the
a
name of the
legitimate.
game.
We did have a legitimate chop pot earlier on. We did have a situation where
We did?
yes, a legitimate chop where both players had the same high and the same low.
Okay, well, you know, that's fair enough. I'll allow it.
The performance of the song was so terrible, though. I wish we hadn't.
All right, we're sitting here, TI. Just blasting with air here. I mean, yeah, they have a gutter ball to a 3, but not much else. And that is a fantastic river for Pago here. Has rivered the wheel with the ace-3, the 5-4 on board with the 3 in his hand, the deuce on the board, and the ace in the hand gives them the wheel. Remember, 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. And is TI gonna fire? Does not. Waves the white flag.
Yeah.
Oh, big turn.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And it's actually going to be TI who's going to fire here with the open end. It cannot make a low. Remember, you need to have 2 unpaired cards, 8 low, in your hand to have any chance of making a low. And it will just go check, check.
And still relatively even. Chip advantage is with Gleb Tremsin right now, but it's swung backwards and forwards even over the course of the last 10 minutes.
Ooh. Reasonable hands for both. We see TI keeping this limping strategy thing, and both players flop reasonably well. Pago doesn't flop too much for the high, but does have the nut low draw, some backdoor clubs, some backdoor straights. TI here with top pair, some straight draws and low draws, just likes to call, and we could see the chips potentially go in here. Pago has now turned a pair of 8s to go along with their nut low. TI with a low themselves, the 8-7 4-3 deuce with top pair and a flush draw and a straight draw. Do they just call or do they go? And it's the ace on the end. the Flaming Barry, which actually counterfeits Paga and actually now gives them aces and eights, but it is the nut low for TI, and they're
Chop it
obviously
up.
going to call, and guess what? Another chop. Oh, middle set now. Got to be a little bit careful though, because one, you block your own boat outs. Also, we don't block any clubs. TI could easily have the low right now with some equity for the high. Pago blocking the straight. Having middle sets, just goes to the pot size bet and takes it down. And again, we're getting back to even. Only a moment where both players had a considerable chip lead. And it is official.
Okay, so Paga with the slight marginal advantage right now, but they are trading places at the top of the leaderboard pretty much every couple of hands.
Yeah. Two reasonable hands here, James, and in particular, heads up, this is pretty strong, and it's really nice to see the two high, one low boards, because I feel like that's where the most action is generated. And I love to see a really dynamic turn card here. And it does go check. Still 5 million in the middle. There is no low available. And TI with the best hand, I believe, is going for some value. Don't imagine Pago is going to be checking too many jacks. Unless they had some low potential to go with the jack that doesn't mind giving TI a free river. And I'm not sure what Pago's thinking.
Okay, well, its advantage trims in one more time.
Wow. Okay. Was there a card on the board that I didn't see? Wow, that's a big call. And TI is going to feel like a genius going for that really thin value there with the 10s and 4s.
Well, it's not the
loses to
first
bluffs.
confusing call we've seen this evening, but certainly one of the bigger ones.
Yeah. The thing is, like, could even lose to some bluffs as well.
Yeah.
But then again, James, we don't have two WCOOP titles in PLO8, so...
No.
There you go. So, who are we to judge? But there's 7 million in the middle. Paga has the best hand with a pair of 9s, but my god, this is a tough call. And in fact, just turns it on his head and turns it into a bluff, perhaps, with that boat blocker.
Well, and we see the switch again. Now it's Paga with the chip advantage.
Really back and forth. Really enjoying this heads-up battle. Monster here for TI in position. Paga with a high only hand. Elects just to fold. Fair enough. Going to be out of position. Paga with the ace-5 low.
Official Jacob
Pair of
West says
sevens.
both players playing very well. Y'all may need sleeping bags. Look, this is the longest final table that we've covered so far. That being said, we've only just about to hit the 4-hour mark, including breaks. And I do not necessarily disagree with Senkel92's analysis. I think either this blind level or the next one So either at the 500k big blind or the 600k big blind, we probably will get a conclusion. And worth highlighting, Mason, it's not like we haven't seen situations where they've been willing to get all the chips in. We've seen that since the start of the day.
Exactly. That's all we've been seeing today. It's just that it's very hard to eliminate players in this game, just given the split pot nature of the game. All right. Well, TI flopping best here with the ace-3 low draw with the pair of sevens. That gets shifted ever so slightly now that Pago has turned a straight. And surprise, surprise, this will just end in a chop. Yeah, check, check. 3 million apiece.
And relatively even with the slight advantage now for Brazil. A reminder that TO373, Gleb Tremzin, now resides in Mexico, so is repping the Mexican flag at this final table.
Yeah, TI with not a lot here. Just the Jack 10, 10, 3. Can't make a low. Yeah, just going to wave the white flag. It's the nines and deuces for the high for Pago. And of course, has that nice insurance with the low, who will bet around a third pot. And TI going for the hero there with a pair of tens. Thinking that they're good for the high. And loses a small one there as Pago now approaches the 30 million mark.
Yeah.
As we see a big flop now for TI. Flopping a straight.
So back to near enough a 2-1 advantage for Bellarmino de Souza. Tremzin, however, huge favourite here and likely to win the entire 2.5 million in the middle. Well, I've been informed that Mr. Stapleton has multiple hot dogs now being digested inside his belly. So let's get him back inside the PokerStars arena as this heads-up battle continues, Joseph.
It was a good one.
A lot of meat.
I feel bad for naming Gleb Tremzin as my pick to win it during the break. Ha ha ha, sorry Gleb.
I don't know, Joe. I mean, the chip lead has swung between the two of them, and the way things are going, it could still go the other way. We could suddenly see the chip stacks reverse in like 2 or 3 hands.
That is a big flop, though, for Paga. Yeah, huge flop for Paga. Flopping there, the wheel draw, club draw. Kind of flopped it all without flopping anything, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And we'll just take it down over 30 million. That's the 2-1 chip advantage.
Does indeed.
Have there been big splits?
Yeah, for sure. Well, we've seen, basically, we saw them each have a big chip advantage. Then they got to even Stevens, and the other one had a chip advantage. It was pretty back and forth.
Yeah,
it's now Paga who has the 2-1 advantage now.
We've definitely had a lot of even Stevens. Okay.
Ooh.
Clubs for both players.
Clubs in a low, clubs in a high.
Wow, big turn. Big turn for TI. Also has the insurance with the clubs as well. But the only thing they don't want to happen is for it to check through and a low card to roll off. So we've got to charge those low draws coming in, especially with outs to the high. A hand exactly like Pagao has here. It does brick off.
Bricked it.
Wow, doesn't go for value. Despite blocking the straight as well, just goes for the conservative option and just checks behind.
Always an ace on the desk.
Always.
Ooh, this battle of the lows could be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Wow.
Nope.
Paga drills that deuce for the wheel. You know, you joke about always an ace on the desk, but with a hand like King, King, 5 deuce, even if the ace were to roll off with another low card, with that 5 deuce, you could also hit a 3 for the wheel. So it's not all bad news when there's an ace on the desk with that 5 deuce. But yeah, you'd obviously rather hit the king, no doubt, as it's still the wheel for Pagao. Has the 100% check mark and gets.
Ooh.
Oh,
This
I mean,
is gonna be bad for Gleb.
Yeah, this
just
is
seemed-
a mistimed move on the river. The raise all in. Tremsin will be forced to fold.
this just seems totally unexpected. I mean, yes, we block the wheel. We block a heart. It's not the nut heart.
Feels like the nut heart, but it is
It
not.
feels like the nut heart. But I don't know what TI is thinking. It may be saving face, but they can't consider calling here, surely.
I mean, you don't ever call here just to like protect this very rough low, do you?
Would be out the tournament.
Right.
Again, I'm just trying to put myself into the shoes of TI and thinking, what are we trying to accomplish here? Yes, we have that 5 blocker to the wheel, but we're not blocking any considerable boats. We have a deuce. But yeah, it seems like a little bit of a misstep here from TI. And I feel like the fact they're going into their time bank kind of suggests this as well.
If only it were a reverse time bank and you could take this bet back.
Only if, and that is a big shift now in the chip stacks.
Yeah. And right now, Tremsin is on the ropes, opening here with the kings. Raising
Yeah, I
out
wouldn't
of a
be
20 big blind stack, and this flop is all Paga.
Yeah, it's the kings that got him in trouble in the previous hand. Not a
Set
great
now,
flop for
too.
them over here.
Seven, 8, 9, 10 has to fold.
I think this might be the biggest advantage that either player has had in this heads-up battle right now. Tremsin has dropped below the 8 million mark after posting the small blind here.
Again, all Pagao.
Yeah. Getting into the danger zone here a little bit. And again, a fantastic board here for Pagao. Flopping top 2. And there really is little ways for TI to win this unless the river was a 4. And now actually river's 2 pair and facing this pot-sized bet.
Oh, well, you call here, you will be left with 10 big blinds. Does call, is left with 5 million. We're still at the 250, 500 blind level. Yes, Tremsin very much now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Does feel like a death of 1,000 cuts.
Okay, here we go. Aces. Aces with the 3.
Looking to limp jam.
Let's go.
And it
I'm just gonna
all
run it.
goes in. Tremsin a huge favourite, but it will result in a split. Tremsin still playing a sub 10 big blind stack.
Yeah, Paga there clutching the low on the turn. Getting half that pot back.
Good boy. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Feels like though, if
if
you're not winning with the aces there, it feels like you're not going to be winning with much else.
Yeah. And this is another one that will be divided equally, and we'll see chips return to the players. A bit like the socialist poker game. Everyone gets their money back.
Yeah, Pagao's just going to want to get the chips in here with Queen, Queen, 4, 3. Understandable.
Oh, look at this. Tremsin really on the ropes now, and has made some comebacks in the past. This is going to take a lot of effort. Gets it in with queens against eights. But the flush. Oh, and another split.
That has just summed up this final table.
And
big flop for both players here.
And sixes. Yeah, and the straight draw, backdoor diamond draw for Tio. Also has the overpair to the board. All in and a call. And it's a full house. And that's the result. It is over. We have our winner. Congratulations to Pagar Ovelinho. Pay the old man his money. Bellarmino de Souza takes the first prize of $37,000, but crucially is now a 3-time WCOOP winner. All 3 titles in PLO, and on this occasion, de Souza is the world champion of PLO8. Gleb Tremsin, the runner-up for $28,286. Well, I just referenced that is the longest final table we have covered so far, but it didn't feel like it. It was fast-paced, it was entertaining, and Mason, I salute you for your analysis, your passion, your enthusiasm. Thank you for answering questions, explaining stuff, and introducing one of the quirky variants of poker that many of our viewers maybe haven't seen before.
It was my absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for having me on. Hopefully this gave some of you guys watching some inspiration to go out there and the future WCOOP events this series to go out and play some games that you might normally play. So thank you very much for having me on.
Cool, and we look forward to seeing more of your replays on the PokerStars Twitch channel in the hours leading up to these Cards Up live streams. More to come in the coming days and weeks. Joe, we have one more stream this week. Another World Championship event, the World Championship of Heads Up No Limit Hold'em. We'll be back here same time tomorrow with Griffin Benja. But again, something a little bit different with a slightly different format to what we're used to.
I feel like tomorrow is going to be kind of a long heads-up battle.
Yes, I think you're probably right, but ultimately there will be 3 heads-up battles, the 2 semi-finals and the final, dancing between 2 tables for the first part of the evening,
Switching.
and then focusing on the final game, the final match, and who's going to win that trophy and first prize. So we will see you tomorrow, but for now, from Mason Pye, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Harskin, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.